Okay, well, I already made a mistake because I forgot to get something on the screen just as like a background. But we're now live. I'm here with Carl Benjamin, formerly known as Sargon, no longer known as Sargon. That's for the
Can we
kids.
see some boomer Louis Le Vau's in the chat, please? I need some sort of some
Nah,
way of punishing you
fake
for this.
news, fake news, homeboy.
You announced it.
Nah, I always get it right. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm
Yeah,
doing here. Yeah, I've done it before. But yeah, I'll ask again, even though I asked before we went live. How's it going, Carl?
everything's going pretty well, thank you.
That's good. Well, the reason for the stream, and I don't know if we really want to get into it straight away. I mean, I could bring it up. Is why don't you at least give us an idea of what's going on over in France?
Well, to be honest with you, I'm not really an expert because it was Callum who explained to me what was happening in France with Islam. Actually,
But is it
it's
just
the opposite.
Islam?
Islamo-leftism, they call it, which is a fantastic term for it. But the interesting thing about the Islamo-leftist alliance is that it seems to be breaking down in France and in Britain as well. But what's interesting is it turns out that Islam is more important than feminism to leftists
Oh,
in Britain.
really?
Yes, very interesting. I expected the progressives to stamp quite hard on Islam as soon as the patriarchal aspect of it or the identitarian aspect of it would rear its face. Um, but it seems not. It seems that the progressive stack in Britain views views Muslims as more oppressed than women, which is interesting. I guess we'll have to wait until they get to the question of transgenderism until we see some pushback there. But yeah, so in France, as far as I'm aware, and I'm no expert on French politics, of course, um, Macron, who was always the sort of centrist candidate, has swung into Pinochet territory when it comes to Islam. He's had this revelation that a combination of leftist ideology and Islam is going to destroy France, destroy the Republic, and the French identity. And it's like, yep, we've been saying that for 5 years. Glad to see that you've watched one of my YouTube videos finally.
Yeah.
I was actually expecting the sort of when we're reading through the statements, yeah, I've been watching a lot of Sargon of Akkad on YouTube or something. Because it is exactly the sort of thing we're saying about how leftism is a way of lowering the defenses and destroying your ability to make a moral defense of your own sort of identity and position, right? And he's realized that they're not doing that with Islam. The Islamo leftist alliance seems to be a method for Islam to sneak in the back door. And the example of what's happening in seems to confirm this. Like the progressives have taken a back seat to Islam as an identity, and are letting it apparently rule the roost, which is definitely something concerning. The sad thing is that it's France that's taking the lead on pushing back on this, and I believe that Macron has recently been criticizing Le Pen for basically being soft on Islam. Now, this is presumably because they have an election coming up, which everyone says, and it's like, okay, there's probably some truth to that, but like once the rhetoric is out, it's hard to put it back in the box, you know. So
Well, I
like,
wouldn't I wouldn't put it past somebody like Macron who, as far as I can tell, you can say centrist, but as far as I can tell, he is the neoliberal candidate. Like
yeah,
that
which
that
is
is his
that is a centrist position, to be fair. It's
I
grounded in the
I
idea
wouldn't
that the
say in the United States that it is. It seems that the neoliberals have adopted a great number of the progressive points. And just
yeah.
today, an element of the Air Force was out championing on Twitter diversity, inclusion, and racial
Yeah,
quotas
yeah,
and
yeah.
whatnot.
They all will. They all will.
Um,
But that's not because neoliberalism itself is not centrist. It's because it's actually quite empty of content on
yeah,
many serious moral issues, um, and so it just doesn't have anything to fill that void with. And progressivism knows how the liberal Enlightenment framework works. It works within it itself, and fills those spaces up. I think it's just they don't know any better, and so they go with it. Like, oh, well, that makes sense.
I guess,
Yeah, of course it
but
makes sense to an idiot.
I'm surprised that they have been pushing so hard in that they're incorporating it basically very quickly into the Department of Defense. Like all aspects of the United States Armed Forces are adopting at once these policies. And it was even prior to Biden coming into office. It's one of my criticisms of Trump was that he was asleep at the wheel for the majority of his term for what was going on within the government itself. It was only late in his first term that he actually bothered to try to make an issue of it and try to prevent it. Yeah. And I would say that this is yet again one of the consequences of him firing Steve Bannon within 5 minutes of entering the White House when Steve Bannon was acutely aware of it in 2016, you know? Yeah. So unfortunately, it seems that we're, you know, I said it on Twitter that, in essence, to paraphrase myself, I said that, you know, American hegemony had a good run because, even with the neoliberals well back in power at this point, it seems that we basically have the worst element of the Obama administration, like the most incompetent people that were part of the Obama administration, like they're back in charge. And it to me, it's just a matter of how long can we keep kicking the can down the road of us basically balancing the amount of money that we're just printing and the bad economy, like the fact that we're in a recession, and a variety of other things. How long can we balance on the knife's tip of us, you know, the dollar basically outlasting the ability for us to back it up with, you know, armed conflict? Because I've noticed that some of the food prices in my area have jumped.
Yeah, I've heard reports of that as well. What was it? Cernovich was tweeting about this the other day, wasn't he?
Well, I can't speak to what he was saying, but I do know myself that all of a sudden, what I normally would get would every day I'd go out for lunch and I'd get basically the same thing or a slight variation on the same thing every day. And suddenly prices have jumped by like 19 cents, 20 cents.
Fucking month into Biden and already like fucking price is like a fifth up or whatever, you know?
Yeah, it's kind of jumping and I'm kind of sitting there like, wow, I didn't actually expect prices to jump that much.
That quickly, yeah.
And it's kind of amazing to me that I was expecting things to sort of get rolling when Cuomo, now that he's really under fire for a variety of things in New York, he would basically reopen the state, and so would other governors. But as it stands, no, everyone's staying locked down, and they're just basically saying that they're going to start, you know, building a wall around Florida. That's the new policy. And
I saw the who's the governor of Florida again? DeSantis or something?
Yeah, DeSantis.
I don't know whether the transcript of the phone call is accurate, but man, I really want it to be.
No, that's fake. I saw that where he tells him to go fuck himself. Nah, because when Biden's like, "Oh, come on, man," when he's allegedly saying that, I'm like, nah, that's just a meme. But it would DeSantis. But isn't that?
But that's
rude?
What he should be doing. That's what he should be doing. He should be saying
something akin to that.
The president, fuck yourself.
Yeah, something akin to that, because he's basically trying to artificially smother the economy of Florida even more. Because the thing is, as far as I can tell, like hundreds of thousands of people are like flowing into Florida. Like it's having like a housing spike, like a pricing spike. Right. Because people are flowing.
Do you mind
if
we sorry, is it alright if I renegotiate this back to France? Because there is some interesting stuff going on here. And I think the interesting stuff, right, is in Macron's rhetoric. Like, I just did a quick search for what Macron has been saying. And so a couple of weeks ago, this is why, like, the communist blogs are useful. Because if someone declares war on Islamo-leftism, the communists like, oh, how could you do that? Like, listen to this. Macron said last week that France would offer no repentance or apologies for the colonization of Algeria or the 8-year war it waged against Algerian independence, in which perhaps 1 million people died. Like,
We got to do what you got to do.
The most based position. I mean, he's listening. The only thing he could say that was better is like, I wish we'd done it twice.
Yeah.
like that. How much more? Like, I don't give a shit about your opinion. Does Macron have to be like that? Like, this is why. Like, it's like, okay, Le Pen's looking like the soft candidate on Islam. You know, it's like, what the fuck.
Well, I mean, I don't know why. The problem is, though, you said earlier that he'll be stuck with that rhetoric, but I don't agree at all. I think that one of the things that. Well, basically, what'll happen? No, you can't
come back from that.
Yeah, you can.
No way. You can't come back from. We're never going to apologize for this. That's going to always be part of the narrative about Macron with that community.
Perhaps, but I would say with the policies around basically viewing what they're labeling Islamo-leftism as essentially a domestic threat to France.
Not even just essentially. Like, Macron went further and basically called it a threat to all of the French identity.
True. I mean, that's beyond that of just
yeah, that is what it is. Yeah.
But
I mean, the thing is, like, so
I'm not saying it's wrong. Let me say this because I want to finish my point. I never finished my point here. My point is that if he wanted to, even as strong as that is, and I'll grant you that's one of the reasons why we're doing this stream. The mainstream media in France is most likely the same as in Germany, in the UK, in the United States. There's probably very little difference. All that he needs to do is pivot, and the media will follow.
Yeah, but it's not that easy, right? Because, I mean, he's had the Yellow Vest protests that have been, as far as I'm aware, going on, like, constantly. He's had to be really authoritarian. And Macron is well versed. I mean, he's got a degree in philosophy, and he's obviously well versed in the history of France and the sort of spirit of the thing, which is why he was saying, "Look, I'm going to have essentially a Jupiterian presidency."
Yeah.
Which he's essentially alluding to Napoleon there, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, who ruled very much from the top down to avoid the problem of street politics that happened in the French Revolution, and it works. I mean, it was powerful, but the question is Macron the guy? Well, to work out whether Macron's the guy, you've got to see, does he understand the root of what the problem is? And he is actually demonstrating an understanding of the root of the problem.
True.
And so this actually positions him better than Le Pen, because he can actually, like, Le Pen can argue, will argue from, like, tradition. It doesn't seem she's so ideologically aware as Macron is.
Yeah, I would agree.
And Macron seems to, but I'm no expert, right? I'm no expert.
I've seen her speak
I might be
before.
wrong. Yeah, same. I've seen, like, translated speeches and stuff. I mean, it's fine stuff, but it's like UKIP, you know?
Yes.
Compared to the Conservative Party. And Macron, being the sort of, educated upper class, can articulate in very, very strong terms, unforgiving terms, that get fucked France forever, which is essentially what he's doing. And that's really strong.
Yeah.
Like, that's really
it's
strong.
about the strongest statement that I've seen from a national leader anywhere.
On anything.
Yeah. I mean, I would say that maybe Trump issued, like, harsher declarations, but they were anywhere near articulate as he is. Yeah. And very specific to what the actual issue is.
Yeah, but I mean, listen to the language. No repentance. Right? No, there's one thing not apologizing for something. Right, you can accept something bad, but say, "Well, but I've got reasons that I'm not going to apologize because other reasons." But no repentance is a hell of a statement. We're not even remorseful that we did this. Right? That's what he's saying. Like, we have got no moral feeling towards this. It's like, shit, man. Like, that's a word with a lot of, like, moral consequence, and it will be heard as such, I think.
Yeah,
so
well, I mean, I can only hope that it spurs on, like, I mean, one of the things that would be nice would be if Macron turned around and, basically dismissed or was rude towards the UK on this specific issue, because it would
Yeah,
spur
but-
action from the conservatives who, I mean, that's another issue that I want to talk about your
Oh, God,
country,
would be great.
that I see less in the news about Boris Johnson than I did Theresa May. And that is really bad. Like, that's how much of a non-entity this fucking guy is.
Yeah, Boris has got a really unenviable position, to be honest, because the coronavirus has been a severe problem for his premiership. Not because like it has crippled the country, but because no one has any good response to it. You can tell that Boris does not want to lock down the country, right? It's genuinely not in his nature to be this way, and he looks increasingly fucking strung out. Like Callum was watching, whatever latest government announcement the other day on Friday, I think it was, and he just sent me a screenshot. It looks like Boris is going fucking bald, right? It looks like this is fucking demolishing him. But that's only because he's trapped between two untenable prospects. And for some reason, they're still taking the advice of this Neil Ferguson guy, whose model predicted like 500,000 deaths in the first month or whatever. And it's like, no, this dude's full of shit. Don't listen to this dude. Listen to someone else.
I mean, it's one of the ultimate problems is that being able to break through the noise of those around you and be an actual leader. It's one of my actual criticisms of Trump as well. Because when you have Neil Ferguson, if I remember correctly, broke his own rules to go fuck his mistress.
Yep.
That's
literally, he is not virtuous. Don't give a shit what he says.
When that sort of thing happens, it really begs the question of the guy's character to actually do the work that he's claimed to have done. It calls into question the guy's actual legitimacy as whatever kind of doctor or whatever scientist that he is.
But a look at his history shows that he's been incompetent his entire career.
Yes, this
like,
is it's like
none
the
of his
third
predictions
time
came true.
It's like the third time that he's been horrifically wrong.
Yeah. And so it's like, why the fuck are we listening to this guy? And on the other side, you've obviously got like reality, right? And reality is an unforgiving mistress. And so like everyone's going mad under these lockdowns. There are some really, there have been a couple of really quite horrific high profile cases. One was a mother who had an autistic son, and he screams all the time. And so the only time she gets to sleep is when he goes to his special needs school during the day, right? So she sleeps during the day and then just essentially deals with him screaming all night. And if you close that special needs school, she doesn't get to sleep. And she has to just deal with this autistic screaming boy all day, all night. And she ended up choking him to death with a sponge because she essentially went mad. And to be honest with you, I can't even find it in my heart to say, well, there we go, that was terrible, she deserves punishment. I don't even know if she does.
Yeah, I would say you have to basically do a psychological evaluation on her, because if in fact she did have some sort of mental break or whatever, the actual technical term would be, she would just be sent to a mental hospital and she would not be convicted of any crime.
Well, I don't even, exactly. But the problem has been brought on by the lockdowns, very clearly.
I mean, obviously, it's aside from, domestic issues, because people have been, kept together, the main problem have been deaths of despair, which have been people killing themselves because of the COVID lockdown. But it seems that the people who care, like I would say you and I care, we are a minority. And we are such a minority that it is kind of a waste of time to make that point, because the people that care, that actually support with the lockdowns, they don't care. They fundamentally think, based on mainstream propaganda, that like 1 million people a day are dying. And I'm not joking. Like they are indoctrinated to believe that. And
they think that COVID is the most dangerous thing in the country when it's not.
Yes. And this is one of those times where I have to say that you have issues of, that's why I'm not a populist and why we shouldn't call ourselves populists, because we're not. And oftentimes popular things are retarded. And so when the left is out there using the mainstream,
I think it's unfair.
No, it is.
Hang on. Okay, so if you're going to make statements like that, so what I'm concerned about is just the interest of the common man, right? Because I consider myself just a common man.
There is such a thing as the common good, but there is also such a thing as populism, which is an appeal to a popular view, the popular view, the social norm, social convention, conventional wisdom. And I would say that
people can think against their own interest, though.
I would say that 51% of people basically are swayable, and they don't think very thoughtfully about what they believe and why. And I would say that a majority of people would not protest an utterly tyrannical, genocidal government. And it's one of the reasons why that I've always been closer philosophically to Socrates than perhaps, I don't know, other Athenians, let's say, who have a different view of popularity and such a word of democracy. Because I would say that there's a reason why our opposition every day of the week, every hour of the week, are championing democracy. And it's because they've figured out a formula by which that they can either buy it, indoctrinate people to support it, or print enough ballots so that they retain control. Mm-hmm. And I would say that one of the things when it comes to COVID and other such issues, it requires an apparatus of basically a counter information, counter propaganda that is more in line with our interests, but more so it's one of those moments where, and I would say this on behalf of what we're talking about with Boris Johnson, when leadership counts, that even when the majority of the population is against you on an issue, if you are right, or if you believe confidently that you are right, the obligation that you have is to defend your position and to enact your position and to convince, through whatever means, the majority to then, back you instead. Because I've seen it before. I would say that an example of that is most people in the United States are still incredibly sympathetic towards basically open borders in the United States. Despite what you might hear and what people might say, I would say that a large percentage of the U.S. population is sympathetic with the idea of open borders, because I've seen Pew studies, more than one, over a course of time, where it is shocking how little support that there is for hardline border control or anti-immigrant policy. And the difference is that because Trump was so confident on issues of anti-immigration policy, he swayed enough people to back him that he was able to carry the weight enough to get certain things done. And the problem is, with what he did get done, he didn't go to Congress for just about any of it. He enacted it through his own office. So it's one of those things that, while it is absolutely necessary for basically the continuation of the United States, like if we don't seriously take it on as an issue, like this country's basically fucking done. Like we're on our way to effectively, like we're in the world of cyberpunk. This country is basically over.
You are going to be in the world of cyberpunk, like people being serfs in this high-tech digital future.
Yes. Because one of the issues that I've noticed that has gone away completely is anyone talking about automation. No one's talking about automation anymore. We're talking about everything in the world but that.
Well, that's been accepted at this point, I think.
No, I would say that if you ask the average person...
Not for good. I think it's just accepted that it's coming.
Well, I would say that most people are not cognizant of it, and they're unaware of it. And I think that when... Basically what's going to happen is the crisis point, I think, is when it's going to start. The crisis point is going to start is when trucking is beginning to be automated in a big way, and you put out the majority of working class men that are part of trucking, like you start putting out like tens and tens of thousands of men, out of work, and I think that's going to catch people by surprise. And the problem is that I think the middle class are going to be so insulated to that it's going to be like, well, that's them. Who cares?
Totally.
I see a lot of problems going forward with automation, and my hope is basically, because what's going to have to happen is basically a liberalization of the economy where it's like, holy shit, we have to try to maximize innovation to create jobs to make up for the jobs that we're losing, and hope that sort of gets us out of this hole of where we radically increase our productivity. But the fact is, we're going to have millions of men out of fucking work. And what do we then do? So, that my whole point with that...
I dread to think, man. I dread to think.
A tangent, but my whole point with that is, that's kind of basically my criticism of Boris Johnson in the UK, is that he seems to be about as spineless and as a non-entity as Theresa May was. Like, he just...
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He's not even offering the rhetoric anymore that he once was.
Yeah. I mean, he literally said the other day that going on holiday is illegal.
Yeah.
I mean, who the fuck gave him the authority to do that? Like, I really mean it. Like, when the fuck has going on holiday been illegal in Britain before?
Yeah.
Like, maybe during World War II?
It reminds me of something. You know what's funny? Is that I've been replaying Watch Dogs Legion, which is basically where a quasi-fascist paramilitary force takes over London after a series of terror attacks, and they basically lock it down in the same fashion as it is now, with checkpoints and everything. Yeah. And what's funny in the game is that it's very similar to what's going on with the lockdowns. Like, the rhetoric in the game is very similar to what's going on now, and it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny playing the game, and like the only difference is it's not terror, it's now COVID. It's really funny. It's really funny how foreshadowing the game was for what eventually came to be in the rest of the United Kingdom. And to me, what's hilarious is that, and I said this before the game came out, which is why one of my biggest issues with the game is that it's all from a right-wing perspective of who's locking down London and who's locking down society, when in reality, it's the total opposite. It's the left-wing. It's all the rhetoric is left-wing, all the moralizing is left-wing. Like, the entire basis by which to justify the lockdowns is just left-wing, and like all the other things that are like surface level, like cultural level, sort of like, you know, the TikTok videos and that sort of thing. Additionally, like all of that is also left wing. It's all appealing to left wing dynamics. It's not actually appealing to right wing dynamics. And the game was made by the French, so there's your explanation for why they made that mistake of like a right wing anti-immigrant paramilitary force taking over London. In what fucking world? In what world would that happen?
There is just no danger of this happening anywhere in Britain.
Yeah, even with like a series of terror attacks, it would be, if something were to happen, it would be like, even if it were the Conservatives, it would be a corporation or corporations that were overtly left-wing. And if you look at what's hilarious, what I love about the leftists in modern day, how clueless they are, is... let's say Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, like just go down the line of all this very serious American defense contractors. So the top of the top in the world of defense contractors and private military corporations. Who do they virtue signal to? Who do they cater to? Who do they pander to? You know, universally and singularly in terms of the one party, the one group, the one ideology.
Rainbow bombs dropping down on Afghanistan.
And to me, I'll never understand the cognitive dissonance of being on the left. And it still exists. Of, oh, I'm anti-war, I'm anti-defense contractor, I'm anti-Wall Street. We're the side that's really anti-Wall Street. Really? So who's fundraising and who's funding all of your NGOs, all of your politicians, all of your representatives, all of your conferences and all the rest of it, all your activism? Who's fundraising all of it? Is it the common man? Is it the working man? Is it the proletariat? Or is it literally defense contractors and the bourgeoisie. Who is
the
it?
left-wing machine really is awesome, like in the most like genuine sense of scale.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
just
worldwide.
incredible.
It's worldwide, and it literally is worldwide. It is all across this world.
Yeah.
There are examples of this in whether it's the UK, Germany, France, Japan, anywhere, India, anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
It is everywhere. It is universal across this world, and the rhetoric is also universal. It's just all it is basically shipped out from the United States, and it's carbon copy translated into another language. That's all it is.
Which incidentally is why France was saying, "Oh, this is from America. This is Anglo-Saxon." It's like, you lying shits.
It's so hilarious. It's like it's so easy for them to like deconstruct it and explain it. They're the experts at actually deconstructing and articulating its problems and what it's after, what its ends are. Oh, it's so easy for them. Well, convenient. How convenient is that?
Why would it be so easy for the French to understand this kind of ideology?
Where they're literally deconstructing it and explaining it.
Yeah, but I mean, at least someone's doing something against it.
Yeah, right. Like, finally.
You know, Macron naming the progressive is a pretty fucking awesome position to actually be in. You know, world leader comes out and goes, "No, this is cancer." That's great. Good start, you know?
Yeah.
Now what?
Oh, well, I gotta say,
now you're gonna go sit down with Viktor Orban and be like, "Yeah, okay, Soros is the problem."
In terms of where we are now, you know, this being the current year, I would really and after the Trump administration, now that we're done with that, I would say that actions speak far louder than words. I think quite a few people are saturated with rhetoric. They've heard enough.
Yep.
They don't really want to hear anymore. They want to see action. Speak through your actions.
Yep.
And that's
totally
one of the.
Agree.
I have to say, if DeSantis is planning on running in 2024, and he might be, he's already setting himself up nicely. I'm surprised he's not more popular in Florida. He's actually pretty controversial there, as far as I understand.
Well, tell me about him, because I don't know anything about him.
I only know so much about him, but he's basically, I guess he's essentially trying to triangulate. He's trying to find a sweet spot between basically the increasingly nationalist right and the existing sort of quasi-libertarian, quasi-neoliberal paradigm of the right that basically the neoconservatives are really falling out of favor. They are leaving the Republican Party, and I've been talking about that.
Just for a quick reminder, neoconservatives were largely socialists.
It's pretty complicated depending on who we're talking about in terms of what defines
there's a group of like ex-trots. Who form the core of it, as I understand it. Good for them being gone.
It's a combination of different groups that became what were the neoconservatives, and some of them definitely were former socialists, and that is really weird. That angle to it. But some of them were arch conservatives, like what were paleo conservatives that basically joined it on the idea that like coming out of the 20th century, like this is the new version of conservatism that was going to last, which is pretty funny because it lasted all of like 10 years, 15 years. Like the Bush the second really basically blew it out, and it's been cratering since then. And basically the last remnants of what was neoconservatism are basically like Liz Cheney, and who's really unpopular and is basically right now really teetering on a position of come her next primary, she's going to get ejected. And that's very good. If that happens, it's very good for us. Like, that's something we definitely want to have happen because her own party in Wisconsin is basically just throwing her under the fucking bus in a big way. And that's the kind of, like, hard politics that we want to see. It's not just the boomer, like, nationalists. It is basically the hardcore realists of the GOP. Like, you're fucking us up. You're fucking this up for us. You're actually hurting us. we're basically the permanent apparatchiks for the party. What the fuck are you doing? They're not necessarily turning around and, throwing up a Roman salute saying America first, hail victory.
Yeah.
They're basically saying
Fuentes,
they're basically saying there's a direction that the party's going. We need to be aware of this. You're actively hurting the party. So you need to fucking go. And that is basically my position, that I want the nationalists to take over the party. Sure. And that comes with its own series of problems, which is going to be the more Marjorie Greene style Republicans who they are good in that they're aggressive, but and they're basically a safe vote, which is what we want for realpolitik, which is if we want to pass certain things, like let's say like radical stuff like a moratorium on immigration, she's a safe vote. We know which way she's going to vote. But
I'm all for planned trusters getting elected. I think it's hilarious.
Yeah. But the issue is that they come with their own series of baggage in that they're basically hot-headed and impulsive, and they're not media trained, and they're not really they're really true believers. They're idealists. They want to create a better system and whatnot. But the problem with that is that they're not really Machiavellian schemers, which is more or less what we need, but it's only to the degree that they want the party to change in this direction, and they're not in it just for themselves. I would say that Ted Cruz is an example of somebody who is a schemer, but what is Ted Cruz's priority? Well, 1, 2, and 3 on his list is Ted Cruz, Ted Cruz, Ted Cruz. Those are his priorities. Like maybe there's a 4 and 5 that are issues that I'm concerned with too, but 1 through 3 are all Ted Cruz, and that he's not a dependable vote because of that. Because I
don't know, man. I agree that would be the case in softer times, right? But Cruz has actually kind of committed, and he has. Yeah,
he's not against us. He's not against us, as far as I can tell.
But he's not wavered on it, as well, as far as I can tell, right? He has at least been true to his commitment, rhetorically, and in a soft sense, by action, although obviously the action could be way better.
Yeah, I would say over the last 4 years, he has basically reformed himself to be more in line with our interests than, any interest against us. And I would say that dealing with Ted Cruz is far, far down my list. Because there are people in the immediate...
But Ted Cruz is still on the list.
Yes, because anyone that I don't see as trustworthy is on the list. Like, you basically have to earn your way off the list by, if Ted Cruz does something, not just says something, but does something that is very critical to basically checking off, one of the top 10 or top 20 on our list of things that we need to do. If he himself spearheads the effort and accomplishes something on the top 20, that's where, in my view, he earns his way into trustworthiness. He has to do something. He has to do something. He can't just endlessly speak about what he's going to do, which is my criticism of him. He's a camera hog. He's a rhetorician.
He is.
And that rhetorician, they have their use, but that's like, Charlie Kirk is a rhetorician. That has its use, but he's not a politician, so does it really matter that much? Not really.
I don't know. I do think these cultural people need to exist.
Sure, I'm so long as they're on our side, I'm in agreement. If they're against us, then they need to go. But seemingly, most of the cultural people, whether from Matt Walsh and Tommy Lauren, all the way to Dennis Prager and other such people.
What's Matt Walsh done?
No, I'm trying to say that they're all basically coalescing around us. Like, we're basically the sun.
Oh, yeah.
The nationalists are the sun, and they're slowly entering our gravitational, pull, and they're all coalescing in sequence, and they're all flowing in sequence. And
they're all saying the things that we were saying.
Yes, and they're being strident in it. I've seen just recently, Matt Walsh, over and over and over again, offer really aggressive statements on a series of things, and then follow up on that on his own show, and be consistent on that. And while I would say that there's certain things that he probably is weaker on, like immigration. Personally, because he is part of the Ben Shapiroite world, and a lot of those people tend to be quote unquote libertarians in that way.
Yeah.
But he is offering many good things, and so are a lot of these people, based around ideas that are important to us, which include like fatherhood, traditionalism, and it's more or less not just in the sense of, you know, the family, but in the nation, and the more that they speak about that, all that's going to do is, you know, push people who listen to them that align with those interests into politics. And whether the rhetorician believes it or not, to me, is immaterial. It's just about what they're saying and their audience listening to it and reacting to it, because all that does is create consensus on the right, which helps us immensely. It helps us immensely to have cohesion amongst ourselves. Like, even though we might disagree on one-button issues, like we disagree on this or that, like,
it's the direction that's important.
So long as we sympathize with each other in terms of our views, like, well, you know, I like to have, you know, open mind towards skills-based immigration. Well, it's like, well, you know, I think we need to talk about this because I think we've had quite enough of immigration already, and what about this and that? It's like, well, I'll hear you out. And it seems like there's a lot of that going on with the right now, that a lot of people on the right are coalescing more and more. The problem is that the Liz Cheneys of the world, the Peter Meigers of the world, and what's the name of that other guy I'm thinking of? Well, there's a few senators, there's a few governors.
I know
Larry
the
Hogan.
kind that you're talking about.
They're basically a combination of the neoliberals of the right and the neocons of the right. They're these fake faggot like wannabe libertarians like the Justin Amashes and a few other people, like I'm a libertarian, which means that I take it up the ass from the left on just about everything. Like
I guess you could describe them as, like, I don't know, beltway conservatives or something.
I'm not really sure if that's even like an accurate vision of who they are. Like maybe you could say that
kind of philosophy, isn't it? Like,
no,
we'll accept a bunch of stuff from the left,
I guess, but even with the Beltway conservatives mainly lie about that, or they at least did. Like Mitt Romney, I would say, is far closer to like a Beltway conservative than he is a libertarian. I wouldn't describe Romney as a libertarian. It's people like I said, Justin Amash. He is a self-described libertarian, and there's people like him that are basically trying to, and they are like the neocons and these like bizarre libertarian, self-described libertarians, but they're not really libertarian. They don't really seem to have much about them that is like aggressively libertarian. Like, they're not out there arguing taxation is theft, or, you know, they're not really going into some of these main issues. They're basically just saying, I want America to be Gomorrah. I'm a libertarian. That's kind of like their position. And they are continuously calling for a third party, like, and I hope it happens. Like, I really want
the Libertarian Party exists. Have fun.
No, they want to create something separate.
Yeah,
they want to create something separate.
I hope they do as well.
Because what it's going to do, and they fail to understand this, is what it's going to do is basically, what is it? What's the name of the movie with Tom Hanks and that big black guy? It's like The Third Mile, something like that. The Green Mile, something like that. And where he's like, the black guy sucks, like, you know, the bacteria or the sickness out of people. And basically, that's what they would be doing to the right wing. They'd be doing that to the Republican Party. Because anybody with any sense is going to realize that the Republican Party would be strengthened by taking out all these willy-nilly, weak, you know, neoliberals and neoconservatives, because the base of the party would stay with the Republican Party. It would be like, oh, we hate, because all these people are hated. Liz Cheney's hated, Mitt Romney's hated. Mitt Romney's more liked by Democrats in his state than he is Republicans. He's hated. And all that needs to be done by the Republicans is basically, and this is, you know, a far cry from what they could do. They could fuck it up completely. Never give them the benefit of the doubt not to do that.
Which they doubtless will.
All they would have to do is basically say that in essence, I guess you could say that these people are phony conservatives, or they are people that have basically frame it from they have given up on conservatism. That these people claim to have been conservatives, but they have given up on conservatives and they are joining the left. And the party, the right wing, the GOP, the grand old party, we are staying true to conservatism. We haven't given up on conservatism, and we have the numbers to show it, that the base is staying with the party. And what we're going to have to start to do is transition beyond that of being just, Trump supporters or Trumpism. Like, that's the transition that needs to happen, because it seems like that Trump running in 2024, I don't really put it past him to run again, but as I keep saying, and I wish people would talk about more, is that he's good at fundraising, he's good at holding campaign rallies. He was a terrible leader. And as a leader, he was a non-entity. He was a delegator. He was the delegator in chief.
Yes, he was a delegator. All leaders are supposed to be delegators to some extent. But I think,
but not in every extent. Not in every extent. There are certain issues that you yourself, obviously, a leader cannot do everything at once, but you need to do a prioritization of your goals, and it's a matter of going down the list of your goals and deciding which of the things that you are going to spearhead yourself, and then you have to tackle. And what Trump did would be that he would prioritize, delegate everything, and then go golf. And his flunkies would either be incompetent and not accomplish any of the things he wanted to, or they were self-sabotaging, where they didn't want to accomplish what he wanted them to do.
Or Jared Kushner.
And that was 4 years. 4 years of that. And I don't want another 4 years of that. If you were to put up somebody that, as I say, rhetorically, I don't want a second term of Jared Kushner. That is the rhetoric that I'm going to continue to reiterate, because I believe it to be true about what Trump's term was. It was Jared Kushner's first term, and I don't want another term of Jared Kushner. If it was Steve Bannon running the show, then hell yes, it wouldn't be just, oh, I want a second term of Steve Bannon. It would be Ave Kaiser, I want a third and fourth term. That's what I'd be saying. And unironically so.
End of the Republic. So,
I forget, is it the 25th Amendment? I think it is. I think that's I'll have to look it up. Presidential term limits. It's the 22nd Amendment. Yes, it's the 22nd Amendment. I don't believe in it. I don't think the president should have two terms. I think that we should kick it back to 4. That should be the compromise. Kick it back to 4. Because I think that 16 years is a good term for a good president. The problem is, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to get our so-called democracy in order so that we actually have one, and that we don't just print votes to victory, so to say. And because I think that's basically the downside of my what I'm calling for here, is that we our so-called democracy is currently fortified in a certain way, and I don't think we want it to be that way in order for us to win.
Well, I don't know.
Well, is there anything like culturally or anything that you've been thinking about recently that you haven't had time to talk more about on your own podcast?
Yeah, there's just always stuff. I'm really amazed that science hasn't taken a battering in the last sort of 30 years. And even now, it's not taking a battering. It's actually amazing to me, because I think, there's a really strong argument in the 20th century and into now that, saying, well, I have a study for that means very little, really. Because, there's a huge crisis of replicability in studies, in psychology especially, but elsewhere as well. And if you just look at just how wrong scientists have been, and it's not because there's something wrong with science as a concept. It's the problem is it's being done by people.
Yeah.
And so, like, these incredibly fallible people are being, and you just hear this, trust the science. It's like, well, the science isn't speaking. I'm only hearing this dipshit who cheats on his wife speaking. You know, like, I'm sorry, if I had like a divine connection to the science where I could pray to it and it would, you know, give me its received wisdom, that'd be great. But that's not how it works. So, like, let's not deify these fucking scientists. And like, I mean, I think I'm actually going to become anti-NHS at this point. I don't like the fact that my country is being held hostage by the NHS. It's part of the Conservatives thing. Save the NHS. It's like, no, save the country before we save the NHS. The fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah,
Like, why the fuck?
I don't understand. Like, like the thing is that like you always want to, as a politician, appeal to something that you think is universally popular. Like that's the thing that you should do as a politician. But as a so-called conservative, you should basically want the privatization of the NHS.
Oh, there's no argument for it in the UK. There's absolutely no argument for it. You couldn't make the argument for it. You'd be tarred and feathered by the press, who view the NHS as an unvarnished good.
You basically, there are aspects of politics that you could do to basically set it up to fail, which wouldn't be very hard to do as far as I can understand.
Seems to be what the Conservatives are being accused of by Labour as well.
Well, they've been accused of that as long as I've been alive, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
So what you would do is basically allow, like, one aspect of, let's say, dental of the NHS. I assume that's included as well. It's dental.
Not to my knowledge.
It's not?
Pretty sure that's private.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you probably can get the government to pay for it, but I mean, I've always had to pay for it myself.
So when it comes to...
in my memory, recently.
In healthcare, so do you actually have dental insurance?
No, I just pay for any treatment that I need.
Oh, well, I'm not really sure then what it would be then, because
I mean, there are going to be NHS clinics, but the thing is, getting on the list is going to be the difficult thing.
Well, anyways,
like this sort of public demand.
Let's say ambulances. This is an easy one. Ambulances. Yeah. Are the ambulances in the UK private?
No.
Okay. Well, they are in the United States in large part. And one of the things that you could do is not earmark funding or, prevent funding towards maintenance of ambulances. That way...
Yeah, hang on. You're approaching this in the wrong way, right? Because it's not that there isn't something physical that you could do to stop. And things, I don't even hate the NHS, right? I don't even want, hate it. I just hate the way it's being used and being politicized. Because, like, it's not that it's not that the NHS is, like, undefundable or something like that. It's that there's no political will to even analyze the concept. It's become a religion. And so the principle of the NHS is holy is almost central to much of British public life at this point, and it's really creepy. Like, again,
yeah,
I
know. I've watched
just the way that people think.
I've watched plenty of Paul Joseph Watson videos on it to see like basically the reverence that people have for it. Like basically the Anglican Church failed and the NHS rose.
Yeah, that's exactly it. The NHS is going to save our souls, right?
Well,
that's basically what it is.
Well, I'm basically here to, as the big dick American capitalist to say that God is dead. The NHS is dead, and we need to kill it. You need to accept its death, and it needs to be privatized and done away with. And then, I don't know, find something else to fucking worship.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. Is like, if we could just not worship it, it'd be fine. But it's easy to be like, oh, well, nurses are heroes. Like, no, they're not. They're not. Yeah. They're not committing any kind of,
I don't even understand people, like, people's, like... I have gone to the hospital a few times in my life, and there were some nurses that were actually polite and nice, but I've dealt with, like, a fair number who were just straight-up cunts. And the nursing unions,
like in any profession,
are garbage.
Good and bad.
Like the nursing unions are about as bad as like academia in terms of like hardcore left-wing bias. So it's like, I really don't understand like the idea of like, oh man, the first responders, like nurses, not really. Like if you said EMTs, I'd give you a pass. Or what is it? I guess you could just say EMTs, but it's also basically firefighters because they do the
Yeah.
same thing as first responders, not just in terms of running into a fire, but providing resuscitation and keeping people alive to be taken away to a hospital and whatnot. But there's no bravery in going to work at a hospital. It's gross, and you have to deal with people who are sick and dying and whatnot, and it has its own struggles, but unless you're working at a mental hospital, it's not particularly dangerous. And so I don't really regard you as brave to go do your job of mopping up somebody's shit from a bedpan. Like, not really brave. Just gross.
There's no aspect of personal sacrifice, really.
Yes.
And the thing is, in many ways, you're way more secure than the average person, especially during a pandemic.
Yeah.
You have a guaranteed paycheck.
Yeah.
The government is and watching nurses on like Twitter being like, "Oh, I just worked 12 hours and I just hope you stay home." And it's like, dude, we're all going to stay home to the point where you don't get that paycheck, or when you get it, it'll just be worth nothing. Like you don't fucking understand. Like the wrath of God is the wrath of God. Okay, like these catastrophes happen, and honestly, we've had it so much easier than most human beings for most of the time, for such a long time. Like, even the mildest amount of suffering is making us go mad.
Unfortunately, it just seems like most people, as far as I can tell, most people have bought into it by a decent majority. Like, most people think that it's like the Black Plague, and they're just bought into it. But
thankfully, though, the Conservatives are kind of rising in revolt at this point. They're like, look, lockdown's gone on too much. This has got to stop. It's like, thank fuck, someone is finally listening to reason.
I can't really say the same here outside of the states that have basically remained open. And my real hope, is not what's going on currently with Cuomo in terms of like the nursing home deaths. It's not going to really touch him. I think he's just too untouchable to ever have anything really done to him about that. The Conservatives are making a big deal about it now. My hope is that maybe...
Why didn't you make a big deal about it then?
Well, they didn't know. He covered it up. He covered it up.
Oh,
so
right,
they gave them false numbers, basically.
Right.
The real numbers were like double what actually occurred. Like they said, like 9,000 deaths were the original numbers, but it was actually double that of who actually
go as
died.
hard as you can, Conservatives. Don't cuck.
Yeah, well, they are right now. They're trying to go after him, but the issue is besides all the lies and whatnot that he did engage in around that, unless they actually do bring about a criminal case against him, I don't think it's really going to matter in this state. The thing that'll kill him, and I hope he does, if he's dumb enough to ever do it, and I don't think you ever will be, but if he was ever dumb enough to do it, is they're floating the idea of a Wall Street transaction tax. And basically all the big firms are like pledging and they're building up and saying, if you pass this, we're leaving New York State. And it's like, God bless America. Please, please do this. Because you have no idea, like if that happens, that's like the thing. That's like basically the first step of New York flipping red. And I mean that unironically, because it will be tens of millions of dollars that will be taken out of the hands of the Democratic Party of New York. Yeah. Like tens of millions.
I'm telling you, man. I think that California is not as blue as people think it is. I just think that
I would say a lot of people are leaving.
I honestly think that shenanigans are occurring instead.
It's possible. I mean, they have to bring in an immigrant population to vote for them. As far as I can tell, it has happened in California. Yeah. But I don't know, man. I think you discredit the amount of people that basically sympathize with, like, essentially far-left views. I don't think you account for how many people that are like that exists. And the problem is going to be, like, my position isn't even a matter of, like, oh, we need to convince these left-wing people. Like you, once upon a time with, like, oh, we need to ban plastic bags to, appease the fucking environmentalists. My position is fuck the environmentalists. They're wrong about everything, which I believe to be true. And it's basically to go after academia so you can basically snuff out environmentalist activism and by hook or crook. And I think that when we do that, it goes away. All of a sudden, all the nonsense based around plastic or paper straws or paper or plastic bags or anything else, carbon in the atmosphere, all this shit, it just goes away in an instant. It goes away. Because the fact is that everything that they're talking about, that they've been implementing here, but that they're talking about, are problems that exist in Africa and parts of Asia that universally or very specifically, I should say, that is what they're talking about, and that is where it's happening. But the problem is they're implementing all this shit here, not there. They're implementing all this shit here. Mm-hmm. And so when it comes to any of the things that they would do here, they're just basically doing it for our own inconvenience. So that every time I go into 7-Eleven and I go buy a bunch of shit, I have to, buy a tote bag, which I have yet to do. I really don't want to do. Buy a tote bag and then carry it around like a woman. Or I have to pay 5 cents every time I want a bag. And it's a shitty paper bag that if you put more than like a pound in, it explodes. Like a fucking, a firecracker. Just boom, just explodes the minute you fucking put anything into it. It's not changing anything in terms of the environment. It's just inconveniencing us in the first world.
Yeah.
So the issue is the problem is, though, is how many people actually sympathize with that. And I think there's actually a considerable amount of people that actually do sympathize with
it's entirely possible.
The environmentalist movement and things such as that, with left-wing ideas, left-wing concepts, left-wing policy. I think there's an incredible amount of people that actually sympathize with that. And the problem is, well, what do we do with them? What do we do with them? And I would say that what should be done is basically, if you have an ascendant nationalist right wing, like happened with the Bernie Bros, with a decent portion of them, I'm one of them, is you basically convince them that this is the way to go, that the left wing are a bunch of corporate sellouts and a bunch of bullshitters and a bunch of ideologues, and that if you actually want to
demonstrably true,
if you actually want to make your own country better, then you have to basically join the right. And it's nicer over here because we actually believe in more American concepts like liberty. If you actually are an American and you believe in America and you want to make a better life for most Americans, I don't think you're going to be able to do that on the left. I don't think that really happens.
You can make a nice life for lots of foreigners.
Yeah, you can, especially very rich ones.
Yeah,
you'll help them out, but when it comes to anybody else, they're just gonna suffer beneath the weight of like the entire apparatus of the state, that you're gonna create in order to better the world, but is otherwise gonna do nothing but serve its own interests and pass along a few $1 million to some NGOs who are going to turn around like it was with the currently what's under really on the firing line, the Lincoln Project, what's his name, Steve Schmidt, who was like a regular on Bill Maher, just went back on Bill Maher and he took his lickings there, but it's all based on like, hey, are you paying yourselves millions and millions of dollars? And it's like, hamana. Like he doesn't want to say, but yeah, that's what's going on. It's like a fucking scam, which,
but I mean, the pedo scandal that the Lincoln Project's descending under, like this, what do you expect? Like, and like, fuck me, man. Like it's always the same kind of people, isn't it?
Well, I mean, these people are like, those are the neocons. Like that is that's who represents those people of the Lincoln Project. It's the same people that aspire to like vagaries about Lincoln, even though Lincoln was like a fucking ridiculous tyrant. Like he's the guy that's running around, dismissing habeas corpus and all this shit, and just massacring people and engaging in total war. That guy. The guy, they're offering reverence towards him, but also claiming to be like, no, we're the true conservatives and we care about freedom and whatnot. It's like, then why do you revere Lincoln? The guy was like the ultimate tyrant federalist. Like, what the fuck are you even? Like, what it is just vacuity. That's all it is. Yeah. Total vacuity. It doesn't really mean anything. It's the same. I find a lot of the same way when people appeal to Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan, the glorious Ronald Reagan, who couldn't decide whether he was lowering taxes or raising taxes. Lowering taxes, raising taxes. Couldn't decide. Just kept bouncing back and forth. That guy. In many ways, I find it to be vacuous. I mean, the thing is, if you want to appeal to anyone on the right, even though he has his foibles and failures, it should be somebody like Nixon. Nixon was the guy that was engaging in basically what was like the origins of neoconservatism. Like he was a proto-neoconservative. And, you know, like if you look at Hillary Clinton and all of the people, even including Trump, who were all kissing the ass and bringing in Kissinger, that was because of Nixon. So it was basically his administration basically was the beginning of what became the split of neoconservatives on the right and neoliberals on the left, or Republican, Democrat, you know, respectively. And the thing is that I'm surprised that they wouldn't give some appeal to Nixon when, like, no one does. Like, no one really gives any kind of reverence to Nixon. He's like the black sheep of the Republicans. But it's like at least you can say that he was somebody that tasted defeat numerous times and never gave up at all. He kept coming back until finally he won and eventually became president. And, you know, I think that's worthy of some consideration. And he's basically the guy that introduced Kissinger to the world. I'm surprised he doesn't give more reverence, but no, it's...
Yeah, but what does he stand for that was inspirational?
I guess political realism. I mean,
is that inspirational?
In some sense. In some sense, I mean, that's what I respected about LBJ. Lyndon B. Johnson got fucking civil rights done, not because of like, black oppression or any shit, but basically, you know, we're gonna get the nigger vote and fucking. By his words, by the way.
You've got
his
to
words.
stop the game of words.
His words.
I am
That's a quote of
serious.
his.
You're
no.
going to get in some serious trouble.
His words. His words.
They don't care.
Whatever. I'm just saying.
The
I'm quoting LBJ.
Algorithm does not give a shit.
Well, whatever. I'm not worried about that on YouTube. Lyndon B. Johnson was that realistic about what he was doing. Was that he was going to get the black vote for basically forever onwards. Like, forevermore, he was going to get the black vote. And also the matter of how he did it was basically lean on enough politicians, you know, coerce and deal with enough politicians to get it done. And it's one of those things with the left is like, I'm surprised that he's not. I mean, that's the whole reason why people suck the dick of FDR. He was also a tyrant. And he basically passed enough policies that, you know, he set up everything that has become like the framework of the progressives.
But like, okay, so like, what next? You know, where are we taking? Like, because Trump just got acquitted for the second time.
Did he?
So what now? Yep, just happened.
I mean, are you asking what I want, or what do I think is actually going to happen, or what are you asking?
What do you think should be done? You know, I think that Trump should actually remain low for the moment.
It would behoove him to basically allow the media to dry out. That's because it's killing CNN currently.
Yeah.
And that helps him. It helps him to have these companies basically bleeding support and bleeding viewership and people growing bored and whatnot. And I think you said it on your own show, like basically him rising again. But the problem is, like, I want that to happen, and I agree. Even for a variety of like,
it's a possibility.
Well, it depends on Trump, really. I don't think you can really dictate to Trump what he does. But
no, I'm not saying that I can. But like, what I mean is like, you know, divining future timelines, right? This is a possible timeline in the future where Trump manages, and the most favorable one where Trump, like you say, like rises like a phoenix after letting them batter each other about.
Yeah,
you know, that is a possibility, and if he plays it right, he could do it.
Well, it basically helps him politically because right now Biden looks both two-faced and weak, and
shit.
if basically Trump
Almost
comes
like
back,
he's not the real king of England, isn't it?
If Trump comes back and basically makes it all about himself again, that will actively help Biden, because it'll make him able to pivot away from his own failures and put attention on Trump. And so he can continue to be a failure. But if Trump is just non-existent, then everyone's eyes are on Biden.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I said for ages that Trump's reign is going to have this glorious golden luster that will deepen with age. You know, everyone will look back on the Trump era with rose-tinted glasses. You know how simple he made everything for everyone.
Maybe.
You know, and the numbers were going up. Everyone's gonna be like, yeah, well, you know, doing well for money. You know, was doing all right. And then under the Biden regime, everything got shit.
It all depends on like the blue-pilled normie. Like, it depends on them, and I don't really have a very good amount of confidence in them.
But the person you can't lay the future problems at the feet of is Trump. I mean, you can't say that, the price rise.
No, and I'm actually surprised by the fact that they haven't been really mentioned. I haven't really seen a lot of rhetoric from the Democrats regarding all the failures of the Biden administration. Like, they just seem to just be, and it is effective. The current strategy is ignore the failures.
Yeah,
and
that can't go on forever.
And focus on January 6th insurgency. And by the way, I got to say to the right wing, this is one of the things that's pissing me off. Even smart people are using, including Steven Crowder, are using the phrase insurgency or insurrection. It's like, you fucking idiots. Riot or protest. Do not use insurgency or insurrection. That is dumb fucking. That is a dumb
and your
fucking
language
thing
is
to
important
do.
here as well. It's very important. You know, it was a riot. You know, that's
because
a fair way of characterizing it.
The problem is that the argument of the left is that all the people were insurgents, all the people were insurrectionists, and you're using their phrasing, while at the same time, the truth is, no, it is not true that even the majority of the people that were there were engaging in even violence or property damage. It was a small minority that were engaging in violence or property damage. And the people that you could, basically, you have to discriminate against who did what. Would you say that one of the people who was charged, who was still remanded to jail, is the boomer who sat at Nancy Pelosi's desk, took a piece of her mail? Did he commit a crime? Yes. But does he deserve to be called a violent insurrectionist?
To overthrow the government?
Yes, exactly. And so it's not fair. It's not fair, even if you want to describe it as a riot, it's not fair to say that that guy was a rioter when he was not seen anywhere engaging in riotous conduct.
But there is video that shows people fighting with the cops.
Yes.
When it gets to that point, fine, you can call it a riot. Right?
Sure.
That's fine.
Sure. I'm not going to... I would call it a protest.
Definitely not insurrection.
I would call it a protest because that appeared to be what the majority were doing. But was there riotous conduct happening? Yes, there were.
But when you say the riot, you mean the people who went into the Capitol building.
Yes,
right?
the people that were smashing things, breaking windows, attacking cops, and doing stuff like that.
And so when we can specify that quite, particularly, that this is the thing we were referring to. There was, of course, the much larger peaceful protest outside, which was peaceful, and still at which, 3 boomers died.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so
it's
we
just,
can distinguish.
It's one of the things that, unfortunately, with the right, people that I would assume are smarter, prove time and time again that they just fail to. They basically want to bury the issue, and so they accept the language of the left. But that is an automatic L on your part. That is you taking an L, and what you basically have to do is distinguish between who did what, defend those that didn't participate, and then if you are going to condemn certain people, condemn the conduct that you find reprehensible or immoral, and say we shouldn't do these things. These things were wrong. Maybe you are angry, and maybe your anger is right, but you can't be doing these things. It does not help us, and you have to make that very nuanced argument made. But what
always
you can't
defend
do,
your position.
Yes, always defend your position.
Every statement that you make as well. This is the thing. The right has got to learn linguistics, basically. Like, every statement you make should be an attack on the left in some way. right, on their representation of reality, and you are substituting it for your own representation of reality, which is likely to be more accurate, in my opinion.
And you can make a concise statement to basically articulate the view in saying that I condemn the violence and the property damage that occurred, but I support the people that were there to protest. And or something in terms of like a variation of that. I think that that would be a good enough statement to say that you're distinguishing the actions of some from the majority who was actually there and what they actually did, which was protest.
Yeah.
There has to be something like that said, because when the right wing in general took the L of January 6th, the left wing and the media didn't back down.
No.
They kept it up. They continued. They doubled down. They didn't stop.
It became a new 9/11.
Yeah, basically. And the right wing feared that they would take an L on that and lose traction. But the problem is that Trump did not lose popularity, and Trump supporters did not lose support after that event occurred. So you accepting the L was you taking a voluntary loss.
Yeah.
You know,
did you no good.
You
could, and this is the thing. All of the Republicans should at this point be well aware that there is a coordinated, cabal, self-admitted cabal that is working against Trumpism.
Yeah.
And Trumpism is an incredibly powerful force on the right. In fact, it's the only powerful force on the right, as far as I can see.
Yes, it's the only thing that's ascendant.
Yeah, it's the only thing the right's got that can fight back. And so all of the Republicans essentially have to at least validate MAGA. You know, all of them have to, when the Democrats say, right, we want to get rid of MAGA, you say, no, that's just not an option. All of them have to be in ranks, as the Democrats are.
Yes.
Did any Democrats break ranks on this fucking impeachment?
No.
They all know that they're all in it to the end, and so the Republicans have to be on the same wavelength.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well then we're all in it to the end too, and that means that you don't get what you want. And thankfully, the impeachment has gone the way for Donald Trump now, which is fine. But this should have been much more evident a lot earlier. And like on everything now, when the Democrats try an attack on Trump, the Republicans have just got to collectively refuse. There's just no other option.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't really know what it's going to take on the right for them to basically learn these hard lessons. And even for those that don't want to do it, basically accept that there's no other choice than to accept the MAGA movement. Because there are people on the right now, including some governors, some senators, some congressmen, who basically want to push out the MAGA movement, not knowing that is overwhelming the majority of the party. They're unwilling to accept that.
Yeah.
And
30% of the Republicans are full on QAnon.
Yeah.
So, if you think you're getting rid of the MAGA movement, you're just wrong.
Yeah. It's just a matter of the party accepting that in total. But the issue is that as much hay as the left makes out of Kevin McCarthy, the minority leader in the House, they make him seem like some super MAGA fucking big dick swinging fucking nationalist, but he is like a mediating, like, mealy-mouthed pussy. Like, he is terrible. And he, even on easy issues of the right-wing coalescing and then standing in unison, he fucks up on, and people break ranks. And it's not the MAGA, it's not the MAGA people who are impulsive and, going out there and saying, no, I want to say this. It's the MAGA people that are getting behind Kevin McCarthy, and it's the neocons and the Romneys and all the others that are breaking ranks. He's a senator, but it's the kind of congressman I'm talking about. They're the ones, Liz Cheney is breaking rank. It's people like that. So
one of the things I think that people can do, if you're thinking about groiping them with a question, right? One question you can ask the sort of rhino Republicans, I guess, the soft Republicans, is just where in the last 4 years have the Democrats given any kind of ground, had made any concessions, shown any goodwill? At what point? Where have they shown goodwill? And obviously they're going to fucking struggle to give you an example of where the Democrats have shown good faith and goodwill. And just point out to them, well, if there's no goodwill, why would we work with these people? Like we can't compromise with them if they're not going to show goodwill.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what it is about the right, and maybe there's somebody who's been a part of the right for an incredibly long time that it can explain it, but it is, I mean, I'm sure it is something to do with, like, chasing clout. I think that there's a lot of that, like, chasing relevance, but it seems that the right has a fundamental failure in actually standing by its convictions. Like, when people use the true conservative meme as, like, a reference towards, like, the Justin Amashes and so on that basically abandoned the Republican Party, abandoned the right, and chased the left after the left. But I would say that even the people that are arguably good conservative, even they are, there's a handful of issues like abortion and a handful of other things, support for Israel, like unthinking support for Israel. That's one of the things, but it's like everything else under the sun, like especially right now with the right, with like pushing women. Like, we want powerful, independent women running for our offices. They're bragging about how this is the first time forever there's a record number of women that are elected representatives for the Republican Party.
That's a left-wing talking point. Shut the fuck up.
And it's like, one of the things as a conservative that you're just going to have to concede is that conservatism is, for all intents and purposes, it is patriarchy. Like, that is what defines conservatism. It is the monolithic father, the monolithic husband.
No, you don't need to portray it like that.
I am going to portray it like that.
No. Yeah, I know you are.
Well, what does the Bible say? What does the Bible say? Does the Bible say
hang on. I am not saying that a doctrinaire evangelical is going to disagree with you, but the majority of the people you want to persuade are not doctrinaire evangelicals, right?
Well,
but they do. Hang on, but they do accept the wisdom of having a healthy family system, which means a mother, father, and kids, right? So there is a distinction to be made, and a healthy one, I think, of going in the direction of fathers and families are good, and not getting to the point of God ordained it that you obey your husband.
Well, I would say that
that's not unreasonable.
There is room for a variety of arguments. And I would say for any of the people out there, especially, not including myself, but being the pastor, I have to say that for everyone out there claiming to be a Christian, and there's a great deal of people in America that claim to be Christian, I would say that maybe crack this fucking book and take a look and see what it has to say about independent women.
I take it you approve of Dr. Torber's crusade. Or Pope Torber's crusade.
Not really. His fly-by-night bullshit is...
is he not? Is he not hard enough for you?
He has the mind of a fucking... I don't even know. Like, goldfish...
Doing a great job.
Okay, sure.
Yes, he's in full-on crusader mode.
Well, I wish he would spend more time making sure his website works than...
Gab's great at the moment, actually.
Yeah, you've been saying that for a while, but up until very recently, it's been basically unworkable for me.
No, up until recently, I agree. But at the moment, it's running at tip-top condition. It's the equal of Twitter functionally, I find, at the moment.
Not just there, but it's far better than what it was a month ago or so.
Honestly, like I've just reloaded it now. Just like flick of the fingers, it's right up. It's really good.
Like I said,
and that is a necessary component. So
I would be more willing to say praise Gab
I will
and
follow
whatnot.
Saint Torba into battle
if
the pagan.
The day when Torba resigns and somebody who's sane takes his position, I will be far, far happier.
Okay, it's so... Look, he put out a statement recently saying, we're only going to talk to Christian news outlets, which means that a dirty atheist like me probably won't get a statement from him now.
Yeah,
and the pagans can pick through our public for their whatever it is, and it's just like that is a remarkably base thing to do. Like, why speak to any leftist outlet ever? Why not give preferential treatment to Christian conservative sites if you're Gab and you have an ethical agenda?
I gotta say to Torba, does that include Jewish websites? Are those excluded as well?
Are they Christian? This is why he's being called an anti-Semite, because he ended.
Is he?
Oh yeah, because he like the ADL emailed.
Oh,
him
yo,
about something.
don't even get me fucking started.
Yeah,
on the
no, but that was
ADL.
it. No, listen, right? He had just said to them, fuck off. Basically, I'm not talking to mainstream anything, and then he ended it with just Jesus is king, and they're like, this is clear anti-Semitism. It's like, what? Like, no one thinks that's a fucking anti-Semitic statement, you lunatics. And so,
Well, I mean,
no, look, I'm not going to sit here and play ideological interpretations. What I'm saying is the average person on the street who hears that
sure.
does not think, oh, good, Nazi. That person clearly hates the Jews. That's not what they think, right? It makes the ADL look unhinged, and it's fantastic.
I don't know.
Make them look unhinged.
I mean, I don't think that's really going to matter. What we're basically going to have to do
of course,
is...
like,
just what we're going to have to do is basically do what was done to Project Lincoln. We're going to have to try to find some pedos in the ADL and basically... we're going to have to try to shut them down. That's what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to try to destroy them as an organization.
Well, Project Veritas has its next mission. Out ADL pedos.
I would say that Project Veritas has its place, and I don't think that they have the clout to actually get rid of them. I mean, basically, federal enforcement has to go in and start sniffing around, and people start resigning en masse, and that we have to basically all send around a memo, send around a memorandum, go after the ADL, and we all go like, oh my god, the ADL is allegedly full of pedos, allegedly. And, basically start convincing people to not deal with them, go to Facebook, petition them, be like, hey, do you support pedophilia? Do you support pedophilia, Facebook?
Just as likely to go, what do you mean, do we support
Sheryl Sandberg, do you support pedophilia? We're going to have to...
give you a blank stare. It's like, why would that be bad?
Oh,
jeez. Give you the divorce option.
Jeez. I don't know about that.
They fucking totally
No. Project Lincoln's falling apart. Project Lincoln's falling apart. Project Lincoln's falling apart.
Project Lincoln is a Republican, at least ostensibly, outfit, right? But any Democrat organization, if you're like, they're pedos, the Democrats are just going to shrug. They don't care about kids. They don't care about pedos. So they're never going to make a big deal out of it. Project Lincoln will lose its right-wing Republican quote-unquote support, but the Democrats can't happen. It's like,
maybe, but I still think that in some way we need to basically, well, fine, then that doesn't happen. And then how about this? We take control of the government, we create a new agency that is basically what the FBI should have been, and we just shut down the organization. We physically shut the organization down and arrest all the let's say the
alleged
board of directors. How about that? Whether it's for serious charges or not, we just do that. How about that? How does that sound?
I mean, don't get me wrong. That's exactly the kind of thing I expect you to say. Not the sort of thing I'd expect to happen, though.
Well, do you honestly think that kind of organization is not committing some kind of fraud, some kind of deception, some kind of underhanded illegal shit?
I don't think for a second that any organization that's basically functions as a virtue signaling,
enterprise,
is not going to be filled with people who are absolutely disgusting on a moral level. From my sort of fatheristic
I don't
position.
mean that. I yes, but I mean taking the money that they're receiving and then doing something with it that probably is illegal.
Probably, yeah.
Because that's what's being alleged now against the Lincoln Project with even Bill Maher. Bill Maher, who's had that one faggot on his show all the time.
Stop the game words.
Whatever. He endorsed the man over and over
shut
again.
down.
Whatever. He endorsed the guy a million times over, and he just recently challenged the guy, not based on the pedo stuff when it came to whatever the guy's name was, something Weaver. John Weaver, he challenged him basically where the money was going, and the guy froze up. And it's you're not alleging that he had a guy that was part of the organization that was a pedo. It's the fact that you're alleging fraudulent usage of the money, and that's criminal. That's not you're paying yourselves too much or anything like that. You're arguing criminal action with the money that they've been taking in. And the fact that Bill Maher's doing that, it's the organization itself, as far as I can tell, is going down, and there's like 5 more waiting in the works to, waiting in the wings to pick up that action and do the same thing.
Yeah.
From the right wing as well, or arguably, whatever, ex-Republicans, whatever.
Yeah.
But the thing is that I think that we could take down the organization like the ADL based on something like that, in that we attack them for, let's say, pedophilia or whatever we can get on them. And the left wing basically says, okay, these guys are now a liability. They're no longer an asset, so we're going to burn them. And
I mean, don't get me wrong, like, the ADL is cancer on democracy.
Well, they're like, the Lincoln Project is one thing, but I never really saw them as a threat. The ADL is a threat to us.
Yeah.
And I would say they're the kind of organization we should be going after and targeting, because, all they have is that one card to play, is to call everybody an anti-Semite. That's the one card they have to play. And all you need to do is basically find a Jew and have them be the fucking spearhead of the arguments. Like, just find some Jew on the right, there's plenty of them, and just pay them to be the mouthpiece for the attacks on the ADL. Because the fact is, the ADL is not actually representing the interests of Jews. When the Jews in New York are getting the shit beat out of them by black people, very
the ADL
clearly
sides with the
the
Black Lives
ADL
Matter
is siding with the violent blacks and basically dismissing the attacks on the Jews, or actively in some cases maybe covering them up, covering for the attacks on the Jews. So the issue is, you just got to find some. I mean, it could be like a more liberal Jew like Ben Shapiro, or it could be somebody who's like a Hasidic Jew. Just find a Jew, pay him 6 figures to be your mouthpiece, and attack the ADL and start going after them. Because the fact is that whether it's me, whether it's you, whether it's Nick Fuentes, it helps us all. It helps us all to take down the ADL.
Yeah.
And once they're
but
gone...
the thing is, there does seem to be like an almost limitless flow of money that goes into left-wing causes. And so, it's like, for Christ's sake, how the fuck,
It'll be whack-a-mole. That's what it'll be, man. Like, and it always will be. It'll be, well, I say that, but up until the point that we control the apparatus of the state, then then it won't be whack-a-mole. Won't be whack-a-mole so much anymore.
Will it not? What will it be then?
It would basically be that left-wing activism becomes illegal, and I mean, you can make union activism, basically, is one thing I know that you can prohibit. You can actively prohibit union activism. And if you can... Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, I agree that left-wingers should be made illegal. It inspired me to... I was going to ask you this question.
Go ahead.
Day, right? So the Time magazine article, we've got to talk about it.
Oh, dude, I can't. See, you're just like, Louis, you can't say...
you can use
dude,
gamer words all day.
Because I have never been banned off of Twitter for saying the word nigger. I've never had a video taken down from YouTube for saying the word nigger. I have had multiple videos taken down for other things, and I just had a video taken down for quote unquote challenging the outcome of the election. So I am going to say right now, before we talk about this Time article written by Democrats, I am going to say, Ave Biden. I'm throwing up a Roman salute to support my president, Joe Biden, the most popular man in American history, despite having no support from anyone, and including the left, just no support from anyone.
Have you seen the polling as well? Like, apparently his polling is through the roof. It's like, really?
Yeah, I don't believe that.
No, obviously. I think it's obvious that these people are fucking lying constantly. And whoever
I saw, I think, Pew Research or Rasmussen, somebody who's not clearly fucking biased.
Part of the cabal. Yeah.
And his support appears to be high 30s. That appears to be what his actual support is high 30s. And it's that's the guy who got 10 million more black votes than fucking Barack Obama? Yeah, sure.
Okay, but so let's not talk about whether the truth or false.
No, I'm saying Ave Biden. All right, I am here to say that
I agree.
That
right,
I am here to disavow Carl Benjamin, The Lotus
Yep.
Eaters, every person that
The
works under you.
conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, there's all a conspiracy theory. But let's talk about
From Time Magazine.
Let me get it up. I got it somewhere.
Well, let's talk about what was it Mark Podhorzer, like the union activist who
Yes, yeah.
wanted to be famous for this obvious conspiracy theory in which he clearly did nothing.
Okay, so I got the article up.
And managed to get that published in Time Magazine. Let's this is unreal, and the thing I find really interesting about this is that Tucker Carlson hasn't done a segment on it.
Yeah, I find that very
That's
conspicuous.
really weird.
Well, I think I know the answer.
Go on, what do you think?
The memo got put out. Don't talk about it. And so
you think even Tucker bent the knee?
Yes, I know he did. Because as soon as the election outcome occurred, Tucker Carlson disappeared. He disappeared from the face of the fucking earth, and I am not the only one who noted that.
Yeah, that's true.
So
I'm
no longer on Team Tucker 2024. I'm no longer on that side.
Yeah, I'm just very what the fucking gall, man, to publish this fucking article when the Capitol currently is occupied by troops.
The fact
we fortified the election.
The fact is that in the narrative fight, the cabal has won, the left has given up, or the right. Excuse me, the left has won, the cabal won the argument. The right wing generally has given up because they're afraid of being banned, of being censored, of losing more corporate money. They're desperately afraid of being called whatever conspiracy theorists or whatever.
Oh no, names.
They're desperately afraid, and so they're basically, and a lot of them also don't like Trump. So they're basically saying, "Fuck it, we're gonna take this L. We're gonna stop talking about it because we basically have lost, and it doesn't help us to make this argument." Even though, I mean, to me, it's just a matter of even in taking the L power-wise, there was no argument there that I thought that because of Trump's own mismanagement that the L was coming no matter what, but that even afterward, what you need to do is basically create a series of talking points, that loosely challenge the idea of the legitimacy of Biden. That is more reserved than what the left did after, Trump won, where Russia, illegitimate president. And they just said that for years.
Yeah. Just came out and said it. And it was just fine, YouTube, for them to say it. There was a Russian conspiracy to put Trump in power.
You adopt a position that is more reserved in questioning the legitimacy, like I just did with, Joe Biden, otherwise known as the man that got 10 million more black votes than Barack Obama.
Yeah.
That guy, the most popular man in American
Joe
history.
Biden. Don't know why.
I named that the one stream I did, the most popular man in the world, as a joke to Biden. Come up with something that's more pithy, that's more clever, but has implied meaning that we all understand that, it's questionable whether how popular the man actually is. And that way you can get around the censorship, but at the same time you don't take the L. You don't accept the L. And unfortunately with the right in general, they have just taken that L. And what basically you do is you keep that reserved position up until 2022 or 2024, and then you just come back and say, no, it was all illegitimate the whole time. We all knew it. And now we're here to take it back.
Yeah, one of the good things about Trump on this is that he didn't concede that the election wasn't stolen.
Yes, and I'm glad he didn't do that because I would disavow him. He'd be the biggest chicken shit in the world if he did that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he probably could.
And I guarantee you that fucking Jared Kushner told him he should do it. I guarantee Jared Kushner told him he should concede. Concede that the election was fair and blah 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 blah. I guarantee, because. It goes in line with just about every other piece of advice that Jared Kushner has given him over the years. So, in any case...
what do you think? Do you not think this Time article will have any repercussions then?
I would say that it basically tells people like us that we are right about what occurred, that it argues for us that are the nationalists that we need to create, we need to organize, we need to infect and take over. And my argument, which is we need to gain control of the apparatus of the party. We need to gain control of the apparatus of the party so that we can gain control of the apparatus of the state. So basically, once we have power, no matter what they say, no matter what they do, like the media can, let's say, argue, oh no, X person won this election, we will be in power to simply shut down that network. And they will no longer be able to propagandize to people, and we will have an operation to say, let's say NBC, this organization is propagating terrorist information, so we've shut it down. It's false information on behalf of terrorists. Listen to this outlet instead. And this outlet is saying the actual truth, which is more likely to be the truth of whoever won fairly. Our goal should be to have fair and free elections in a decent nation. But it's going to require us to do certain things that certain people are uncomfortable with that you laugh at and find as a meme, but I'm not really joking about, because I think they're necessary.
But you're definitely going much further than I think any Republican is willing to go.
Well, that's why it's just a matter of, the rhetoricians and so on continue to engage in rhetoric, and that basically, people that are of my mind are of the same mind of, say, like someone like Nick Fuentes, but not necessarily agree with all of his politics, but are of the same mind, that we get into powerful positions and that basically all together at once at a certain point, we basically walk forward together holding hands and say, no, we're in power now. We're in charge now, really. You guys can continue to say your rhetoric, but we're in power now. And from behind the scenes, just do what's necessary.
That's just doing what the Democrats do. And really, this is what I've been speaking to, is the will, right? The Republicans need to understand that the Democrats have got a will to destroy them.
Yeah.
That's been the purpose the whole time.
And the difference is that when it comes to someone like the more Nick Fuentes crew, like they seem to have not only a different agenda, but also include people that have more like a pathological hatred and a spitefulness, like a vengeance sort of thing. Whereas from my disposition, I don't really care about vengeance. I don't really care about the beliefs. I don't really care about the Tim Pools of the world. Like I don't really care. Like if what I do by proxy affects Tim, I don't care at all. I don't care, because it's not really about the people who may be good-natured. It's not really about the people who I find foolish, that I find middling, waffling, that I find that are too willing to give the benefit of the doubt, and I would include you in this when it comes to the environmentalists. It doesn't really matter what the arguments are from the other side in reality, so long as we are all being tyrannized in such a manner that is in many ways as bad as it could get, to where we are seeing the use of what I would argue is just genocidal language. The
Gina Carano was right.
The idea that we need to basically deal with people in a way where we are overly concerned about fairness, when the language that is being used against us is to the point where it is genocidal in its immorality. Like, it is basically trying to make the moral argument for our deaths. Not just our incarceration, but our deaths. Like, it gets to that point where I say, we need to win. we need to not, be unfair, or we need to basically do any kind of rigging or fraud or anything that is immoral in itself, but we basically need to do what is necessary over an allotment of time to make sure that we are protected, that we aren't, violent. The state, we have to make sure the state is incapable of enacting violence against us.
Yeah.
So that requires us to be as part of the apparatus of the state to prevent it from doing those things. But at the same time, engaging with, or I should say with the state, but against the left in such a manner that we have to target them and start taking down their sources of power in a way that could be unfair or could be scorched earth or may...
I mean, scorched earth, yes, but it doesn't have to necessarily be unfair, right? I mean, Trump's view on critical race theory is the best example of this. Just defund it. Just be like, you're not getting anything from us. We think you're evil.
Sure, but I would say that ultimately what you're going to come to is, and I know this, that you would have people that may include you, but I would say would more likely include somebody like Tim Pool and others like him, where they would be uncomfortable with us doing certain things or taking certain actions because, certain people are going to lose their jobs, or certain people are going to be put out of work, or certain people are going to get teary-eyed and say, well, we don't really deserve this. We're also doing things that are good and whatnot. We do need this kind of activism, or these people are good. And the question isn't whether they have the capacity to do good. It is, are they part? Are they part of a cabal or an apparatus that is actively trying to bring harm against us in a way that does include violence? And I would say that because that is true, we're not going to be targeting people or targeting organizations or entities that have no relevance to us. It's going to be the entities like the ADL that are trying to get us, where we can't get loans, we can't have credit cards, we can't have bank accounts, we can't, fly, we can't go to Airbnb or hotels, like that are actively trying to censor us and destroy us, and that other organizations like politicians are promoting, like NBC, MSNBC, like, say whatever you want to about my idea. Once you start engaging in, like the one woman did on MSNBC, where she's like, the drone policy that we had overseas where we're drone striking American citizens, we need to do that here at home with no equivocation, no, question, no pause. Just, we need to bring the war on terror to home and kill American citizens. Like, that is the implication of everything she's saying.
Yeah.
We need to basically do what is necessary to either bankrupt MSNBC or literally shut it down so that it can no longer broadcast. Because it's either that or allow networks that are actively indoctrinating people on the left to see murder of fellow American citizens for being like right-wing boomer conservatives as being morally justified. That is a threat that we cannot tolerate, and it justifies our view and our action of doing what is necessary to prevent that indoctrination from continuing. And I would say that it's going to take a great deal of progress and work to actually get to that process.
Well, it's got to be going through the school system, right? It has to be patriotic education. Like the fact that, again, Biden was like, no, we're going for like the 1619 education rather than the 1776 education. It's actually really useful that these distinctions are being made because it makes it easy to polarize.
That's one pillar. I mean, that to me is a wholly separate pillar from what I'm talking about, which is news media.
I don't think you can get a public broadcaster defunded, right? You're not going to be able to do that.
You can attack their advertisers and whatnot, and
yeah, but I don't think.
Well, it's simple. It's simple. A lot of the media companies are owned by massive conglomerate parent companies that have contracts with the federal government. You ban them from the parent companies from doing business with the federal government.
Okay, I mean,
so that's
if you think
billions of dollars out the door, and basically the rule is sell MSNBC, sell NBC, or you cannot get any federal contracts.
Yeah, I mean, like if it's just about denying them contracts, then fine, do it. You know.
Well, that's one thing. That's one thing that can be done that can deny them billions of dollars. And it's one of those things where it requires you to be in control of a certain percentage of Congress and be on certain committees and whatnot to actually do that.
Yeah.
But for starters, it's basically what you have to do. It isn't just getting, let's say 2/3 of Congress to be Republican. It's because if it's what if it's 2/3 of Liz Cheney's? Then they're not going to do anything. What you need is first for the party itself and for enough of the party to basically say, we need to be going after these entities. We need to have a plan. We need to find a list of targets. We need to realize who we're going up against, what they are, and why we're doing it, what they have done to justify why we're doing it.
Yeah.
And to be committed to that so that eventually when we do have control of Congress, and I think that on the trajectory that we're at in the House, that is likely to happen, maybe not 2/3, but at least a majority. We're on that track for 2022. And unless the Republicans shit the bed, at the latest 2024.
Maybe there'll be another Time magazine article after it explaining exactly how the Democrats won so bigly.
Yeah, well, I would say that they're having the Republicans are getting beaten in certain areas, but they're not winning. The Democrats are not winning in state houses, and they're not winning in House seats. You could always have 10 million more votes, 10 million more
They're
black votes.
They're winning at the federal level, though.
Yeah.
Which is not good.
Well, in for presidential elections, yes. They've at
but
least
then they control
won.
like the House and the Senate as well.
They control the House by a few seats, and they control the Senate by literally one seat through the vice president.
But at the moment, the most popular president in the world in history controls essentially the federal government, and like this seems to be followed with military occupation. It's like the whole thing stinks. It just looks like a fucking South American socialist government. Just saying.
I guess, but I would say that I don't really want to engage in that kind of rhetoric because to me it's defeatist. Because when you engage in that kind of rhetoric, then the natural outcome is no political solution. And I would say that is
that's not what I'm trying to do.
Well, besides the whole fear of that, I'm saying that I don't believe that to be an accurate assessment of what's going on currently, and so I don't find it useful because I would say that. Based on what I see currently, we could actually win this, but it requires my mindset and not the Tim Pool mindset of let's just give up and get your guns and hide in the middle of nowhere and tuck your tail and whatever else. I would say that the thing that needs to be done is the Trump supporters need to take over the party. The nationalists need to take over the party. We need to start infiltrating the apparatus of the state. We need to start taking over, obviously taking over the apparatus of the party. We need to start, building a network. We need to organize. We need to start creating organizations to do a variety of things: propaganda, social media, political organization, whether that's federal, state. Go after certain legislative seats, have another branch for. I've been saying this for like a few years now that the right wing desperately needs some kind of active big league organization to just start going after every single judicial seat possible, everywhere, local, federal, everywhere. Just start going after judicial seats, prosecutor seats. Just start going after it because that's what the Soros cash did. And it's a devastating effect. And so obviously the opposite needs to occur and it's simple. And you can find all kinds of minorities from minority districts and whoever else in whatever other district. Just find the tokens that you need to or whoever works wherever you need to work them. Pieces for the puzzle, so to say. But you need to create that sort of organization to combat the Soros money. But at the same time, these judges can be completely mainstream, traditional kind of conservatives because all it's going to be is we're the law and order group. We believe in fairness. We believe in the Christian virtue. We believe in actually upholding the law. We're going to defend your property rights. Fuck fuck BLM. Fuck criminals. And, that by itself, all that it requires is some organization at the top and money. That's about it. because you can find enough grassroots support through the existing apparatus of the GOP and all across, every state and all across the union. That
it's just weird. There's no fucking motivation from the conservatives.
No, it's really bizarre, and you see that with like young conservatives. Like that apparatus does exist. You could criticize it, and I think it's fair to criticize it, but it does exist. But it does not exist for a variety of things, and that includes, as far as I can tell, judicial seats. It just simply does not exist, and so that requires us to then create it. We have to create something that is like Young America Foundation or whatever, Charlie Kirk's thing.
Turning Point USA.
Yeah, Turning Point USA, like something, but from the point of perspective that it isn't cultural, it is specifically political for the judicial. Like, name something for the judicial for, conservatism. Name whatever it is, like Americans for Justice or American Justice, American Justice League, something like that. Like,
but the Democrats are so unbelievably organized and so well funded, and the conservatives are just not, and it's really insufferable, man. It's such an uphill struggle.
I don't know why. I don't know why that the Republicans haven't been so, because it appears to me that there is like a lot of money out there for Republicans to tap into. Like, it seems like there's a lot of money out there for the right wing to tap into. But they seem like that what they want to do is just follow, like, the left-wing money. They want to be led by the nose by the left wing, and they just want to buy into that. But the thing is that the NRA, as an example, even though they've been having a series of problems, it's clear that an organization that does very little and that is very bloated in terms of like what it actually does do, is very bloated, does a lot of dumb shit, and spends, and it rakes in tens and tens of millions of dollars a year. You can do something like that, and I'm sure there's plenty of organizers that you can hire to basically do that. But for whatever reason, for the right wing, it just seems like no one wants to step up and do it. There's so little desire to step up and actually create those sort of organizations. And it's why I don't really want to demonize somebody like Charlie Kirk, because even though I agree with Nick Fuentes' assessment of what is it, Turning Point, that as an organization, it kind of exists to just promote itself. I agree with that assessment. And that is his criticism of it.
The thing is that there are ways in which that's an unfair criticism, right? Because everyone's interested in their own self-interest all the time. So that's it's kind of a null point. It's like, well, duh,
Well, no, I think that the organization, it should exist in that it spends a certain percentage of its money doing events and hosting itself and whatnot. That is necessary.
But hang on. I'm not saying it's not a self-congratulatory, self-masturbatory organization, right? It is also that, right? And that is a flaw. That is a vice that it has. I agree. But that doesn't mean that there isn't good done from the proselytizing that Turning Point USA does, and I think there is. And so, like, I don't see why we'd spend any particular time doing anything other than pointing them in the right direction. Right?
I would say that it does help to point them in the right direction, like what happened with Charlie Kirk, formerly like Open Borders Charlie, the way until like the one day he writes like a scathing article, basically, like I said, throwing up like a Roman salute, saying America first, like everything but that. Like it was pretty hardcore, the article he wrote.
Closed borders is not Roman salute territory.
Well, I'm just making fun.
I know you're memeing, but like it.
I'm just making fun. Like he's basically, okay, let's say it like this. Instead of Open Borders Charlie, he became Border Guard Charlie.
Yes.
He wrote a lengthy article, I think on America Greatness or something, where he outlined what he says is his beliefs on like immigration, and a lot of them were good. Like it was like you have to speak English and like a variety of other things, and like that's written in law, and that is good. Like we want, if he's out there saying like we want to codify in law the English language being spoken as the only official American language, and he's saying that on a stage, and he's having politicians on that stage, even if it is just him promoting himself and promoting an organization and having politicians on, challenging politicians to get on that stage with him and actually encouraging that kind of policy would be something more than what I think they're currently doing. And
it'd be a step in the right direction.
I would say that what would be nice is not just that, but actively engaging in something that is political, in that Charlie Kirk goes to, let's say, a senator's fundraiser or an event for that senator, and it's a combination event. It's Turning Point and Senator so-and-so, and it's a joint event. That way, you're actively, the senator gets to speak, and he gets to make his points and speak to the issues that he agrees with that organization. And maybe they don't agree entirely, but you don't talk about that. You talk about the things that you do agree with. And so that it's definitely something that is doing something, raising money, getting attention, and is doing something also that is political, so that it isn't just promoting itself abstractly over here. It's also doing something real. It is actively helping that politician get elected so that we can get more of our guys where they need to be. And what could be something that is useful for that is the linking through that kind of organization with, let's say, a campus, my alma mater, a conservative organization at my alma mater, which I don't know if there was one, but there was one at UB. So Campus Conservatives at University at Buffalo.
Yeah.
You have them link up with local politicians. So their districts, in that, where the campus is, their district's Republican assemblyman, Republican state senator. So that way you bring them on campus and you have an event with, the campus conservatives and those conservative politicians. That way, what you're doing is you're creating a networking effect, so that people that are engaged in politics from a right-wing perspective on the campus are also meeting their local representatives. And maybe you are smart enough to include the local party boss, the county party boss. And I would say that all of that goes a long way in creating a network that all know each other, that know each other's names, that can call upon each other, and that also it's basically creating the small steps towards organization that is bottom up and also top down. You have your big money organizations, and then you have your people on the bottom that are networking together. So that way you're working more in unison together. And what matters is also people at the top, that you have big name people that are speaking to specific issues that align with our interests. So that way we're talking about our things rather than other things. But I really wish that the question is, though, and it's why I've had people say, well, we shouldn't kick out the Republican intelligentsia. But it's like, well, what the fuck are they doing? What are they doing currently? They're not, no one's organizing any of this from my perspective.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, the Republicans are paralyzed by a lack of organization.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Ezra Klein. In 2009, he started Journo List, which was just a big WhatsApp group for left-wing media people. Where's the right-wing equivalent?
Yeah.
Why are you not networking? Oh, because we think that's wrong. Well, sure, but you're also facing a force that does this openly. You can't pretend like this isn't about partisanship now. Everything is.
The problem is that there is networking that occurs on the right, but it's all click bullshit.
Oh yeah.
I'm aware of certain things of that going on the right, but it's just a lot of click bullshit, unfortunately. But it seems though that it seems that unfortunately the right wing is paralyzed. I agree with that assessment, in part because I think that a lot of the right wing has been dispossessed of the social media networks, the fundraising platforms, so no one knows what the fuck to do now. And it's why, I've said, desperately, on my hands and knees, of Elon Musk to become our George Soros. because
Oh,
we basically need like a right-wing fundraising platform, a right-wing fucking, we have Subscribestar, which is good for like crowdsourcing. So that's good. I maybe people just need to know more about it, because as far as I can tell, Subscribestar is reliable.
Yep.
And
I've been using it for years now, and it has never let me down.
Yeah, I got no complaints, and it's small enough to where you can touch base with the people in charge, so you can get shit done easily. So there's that. I mean, we got Subscribestar, at least so far, but we need like a GoFundMe, whatever it's called, for basically right wing causes. We need like a variety of things. We need basically a mainstream right wing Twitter equivalent.
Gab is filling that role.
I guess. We need it run by somebody who's
It's going to
sane.
happen. So
I'm really depressed that Parler's dead. It's really too bad.
Yeah.
Because Parler, I think, had a way better chance at doing something great, but it's blown up and it's dead.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, somebody said in the chat, a right-wing credit card company. I agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And by the way, what it reminds me of is basically... Credo Mobile was like a left-wing mobile platform that piggybacked off of Sprint. So basically, it was like think of like Verizon, or I'm not sure what you have over there, but basically a left-wing company that is like basically we like X percentage of our profit goes to fundraising or left-wing causes, and basically it exists as like a small phone company that piggybacks off of like another network. It did Sprint. So basically we piggyback off, let's say, Verizon. So we use Verizon Airways or whatever network for phone access and, data and phone access. But, we pay for that privilege, but you pay us instead of paying Verizon.
Yeah.
That way, X percent, 15%, 10% of every dollar you give us is going directly to funding right-wing causes. And that's a lot smarter than just giving it to Verizon, because with Verizon, it probably is going to left-wing causes.
Doubtless.
So that's the kind of thing that we need to do, is have like right-wing credit card companies, right-wing phone companies, right-wing banks, like right-wing social media platforms, right-wing video hosting.
A parallel economy. The thing is, I got an email about this from someone, a subscriber from the Netherlands, that said basically Holland had exactly this problem, and it's not some sort of glorious solution. It's like, yeah, no, I agree, it's not. It's far from ideal, but if we want to survive online and just generally, what choice do we have?
I'm viewing this simply from a matter of pragmatism.
Yeah, it's just totally pragmatic.
We need to be able to network. We need to be able to communicate. We need to be able to share memes and make people happy and get people. We need to get people active so that they're more willing to vote, so that they're more willing to donate, so that they're more willing to show up, whether it's at an event or a ballot box. We need people. We need to be able to not just to get money, but also to create culture. So that way we stay interested and we stay active, and that overall it benefits us generally politically. And
the Daily Wire is right in what they're doing here.
I mean they have the Daily Wire is it's like a good idea of you have a network under Ben Shapiro, but all these other different hosts who are rhetoricians. But I would say that what would be better for the Daily Wire is that if it also did something, I would give more credit to Steven Crowder. I would say that Steven Crowder is probably a better, even just being like an entertainer, like that's his platform. I would say that he's probably a better version of being an entertainer, because he does a lot more with politicians. It seems that, and a lot of on the ground stuff, which I think is beneficial. It's the Daily Wire that I would say, what I would criticize is endless rhetoric in an office somewhere.
Yeah.
And I would say that's good for just communications and that, but I would say that Steven Crowder has the best of both worlds of doing on the ground shit and also engaging in rhetoric and entertainment. So, I would give him credit for that.
Yeah, he's doing a good job.
And I think that, basically, IRL events, I don't know why so many people on the right are so fearful of it.
Yeah,
because there's a lot of people that sort of stick. I mean, obviously, right now we just can't.
Yeah.
But the idea would be basically, you find some big names. You get you get Matt Walsh, you get a variety of other people, and you get them to go on stage together or in a row. Basically, what you did in Philadelphia, a few years ago, however long it was, it's a couple of years ago, and you just do that, but you also include maybe a couple politicians, and
that's the thing. Right-wing politicians have got to start fucking accepting that their base is, and the base's media is what they've got to engage with. Like Ted Cruz was very savage.
Yeah, Ted Cruz knows how to do this. Ted Cruz is good on this. And this is the sort of thing that Josh Hawley needs to start doing.
Yep.
And DeSantis. He's another one needs to start doing. He does a little bit, but he does a lot with the mainstream media, which is dumb. He needs to start engaging in social media and some of these hosts. And I would say that basically hold an event like what yours would be, but we have some link to some right-wing organization where a certain percentage of the money, some of it's going to you, obviously, to show up and, but a portion of it is getting people elected. It's engaging in real politic.
Yeah.
And would you be, let's say that organization exists. Let's say that organization exists tomorrow. Would you be willing to, you get paid. You get paid to go there, but, the ticket price of, your fans and whatnot showing up to see you and listen to what you have to say and this, and see what other people have to say, that a percentage is going towards electing, let's just say, nationalists on the most ideal side of things.
Yeah, well, it needs to be politically connected. But again, the right wing is just afraid of doing this. The media's just got too big a hold on them.
Yeah, I don't know whether if it is that or just general uncertainty, or maybe the thing is, and this is the thing that I think could be the problem, that the intelligentsia has left the party and no one has filled that position. That the ideas people and the people that are organizing, like, that could find the money to connect with the organizers, that they're just not there. Mm-hmm. I fear that might be the case. That those people are just missing. Because there have been people leaving the party for years, like going on like 6 years. There have been powerful people leaving the party and consistently. And these are not, Joe Blow nobodies. These are powerful people on the right. And but the issue is that thankfully, ideologically, they're all against us. All the people that are leaving are all the people who are ideologically like antithetical to us. So I'm fine with them fucking leaving.
It's good that they leave. Yeah. But right, I'm gonna. It's gone midnight here, man. So I'm gonna.
Okay. All right. That sounds good to me.
Yeah. But no, it was fun chat as always.
Yeah, I appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah, anytime, man. Honestly, I find it kind of black pilling, to be honest.
No, I don't, because maybe on your own rubric, despite the fact that conservatives have the majority in your own country, maybe it can be black pilled there.
If we had conservatives.
Yeah, right. But over here, I would say that despite the problems that we do have, like I said, I think that the problem is that I would be afraid if Joe Biden and the cabal were more competent. But I would say that they are governed by dementia and arrogance, and that even though we have our own problems at the moment, there is basically an element to the right that is extremely powerful, that is growing, and it's the only thing that is growing. And it carries with it a lot of certainty that I think is going to be very powerful, and that a lot of people are going to find like a warm blanket, and they're basically going to, like, it's a cloak that they're going to put over them. And
I hope so.
I think that I see a light at the end of the tunnel for the United States, so I'm not in any way black-pilled. I hope you're right. I just really wish what would help us immensely would be that somebody like Elon Musk would wade into politics and just start throwing around some fucking money. Because I think that we could get a lot of things going. And the issue is that somebody like myself, I kind of just need to get my shit in order. Because eventually, I'd like to enter politics in a real way. And, I do think that I could bring things to the table. It's just a matter of, we need to start getting organized in such a way, but that includes a lot of things. Like some people in the chat, right-wing credit card, right-wing phone company, right-wing way to process people's money to directly into politics so that we can spend it on all the things that we need to get the right people elected.
Yeah. I mean, you do strike me more as a union organizer than a politician.
Yeah, I would say that I would probably be better behind scenes than I would be likely behind a camera, because I don't really care.
Your use of gamer words, if nothing else.
Yeah, maybe.
If we've learned one thing, it's that if you've got public gamer words, that's bad.
Well, the other thing is that you let's say you put me in as Trump's advisor, I would be another Bannonite. That would be my console. But you put me in basically, it's like you do, like, what is it, Face Off or whatever the one, the movie is, that famous movie of Nicolas Cage, where I basically become Trump and I become president. Then I would say that maybe then I'd be a little bit dangerous. I don't know if people would want me in that position. I might be a little bit too effective.
On that note, I'll speak to you later, man.
All right, sounds good. Thanks for stopping by, man.
No worries, man. Bye.
Yep, bye. All right, so thank you to Sargon for stopping by tonight. I think we had a good conversation, and I'm glad that we argued a little bit less than we did last time. Come on. I'm trying to get this on screen. So we argued a little bit less this time around than we did last time, which I appreciate. But I thought I would go through some of the super chats because we got some here. What's today, the 13th? Where are we? Okay. So the Engaged Fuse says, pretty base. Did Macron clear that stuff with his mother wife? Must be. Because, Macron, I'm not sure if it's just rhetoric regarding the election or what, but he's really putting out some red-pilled shit, some really red-pilled rhetoric. And I hope that he engages in all of it, because it can only help the rest of Europe and all of us. Lead by example there, brother. The Diddly Doodler says, collections to the pastor, keep up the good work. Carl, you, and Tim. Pool, help me fill out my days at work. Well, thank you, Diddly Doodler. I talked a lot of shit about Tim Pool this stream, but that's okay. The Geth says, does anyone think after we build our own everything, they will just leave us alone? Once we are in parallel societies, they will come for you either physically or through government action. Obviously, Geth, but the thing is that there are things that we can do that they will be unable to get to easily, and that we can just delay them long enough so that we can control the state. We're slated to take back the House in 2022. So you don't need to be too black-pilled, because once we control Congress, we can start appointing people to committees. We can start putting people in different apparatuses of the state. Does that mean that we control everything and they're just going to do everything we say? Obviously not. But it does mean that we can start obstructing them from harming us even more, and that we can rein in organizations like the FBI more effectively. So it's not a matter of taking away their entire tool set, but we will be taking away different tools. And the argument that they're just going to start printing votes all over the country, I do not find persuasive, because I do not see that operation being put into place. I don't see that. Even that article that I just had on the screen from Time Magazine, they claimed that once Biden won, the cabal folded. That network was basically scuttled, like it was shut down. Whether that's true or not, we don't really know. But the thing is that kind of organization requires time, effort, and money, and that doesn't last forever. So I don't think that you should be black-pilled on everything. Presidency, maybe, but every office? I don't think so. They simply don't have that level of organization. It's not possible currently. And they win by our inaction, okay? So don't be blackpilled. They win by our inaction, okay? Let's see here. Cheese says, tell Sargon I've been watching him since my freshman year in high school in 2015, watching his videos in the library during lunch, during lunch on our way to, during lunch. We are on our way to Cyberpunk and Mexico. Also, when will we not have to wear face condoms? That is a question that I can't answer there, brother. But I will send this to Carl right now so that he sees it. I always send him the nice messages to him. Cato the Censor says, the subversive elements in our government use the Constitution against us. It's Saul Alinsky's fourth rule. In order for the Constitution to exist in its ideal, we can't have leaders who shrivel at every mention of the Constitution as an excuse for radical, un-American ideas. Sure. Well, actually, I gotta hang up this call. There we go. Gibbering Retard says, for all the French leftoid thinkers, they still have an ideological right with power. It's just that they dominate the foreign ministry. Remember that the generals who tried to coup de Gaulle in 1961 over Algeria still get flowers on their graves today. Patrick says, DeSantis was super popular, 60+%, I imagine, in popularity in Florida early on, and I think up to until COVID when the media tried to kneecap him. Well, I can see that is true. As far as you know, he's under 50% approval, which I was surprised by. I figured it'd be over 50, but it might be the media dragging him down. But thank you for that update there, Patrick, on Florida politics, because I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. I don't follow it very clearly. But I do wish that DeSantis would get more involved with like the right wing scene. Go on Steven Crowder's show, or show up there. I mean, start doing the rounds, start getting involved, because DeSantis seems, despite maybe some of his foibles, he seems to be pretty strong as a politician. He seems to be pretty strong and ballsy. So far, Hawley is the same way. He hasn't shown any. He hasn't backed down that I've seen just yet. So they've stopped attacking him as much. Just generally, they're still attacking him for January 6th. The terror attack. But they've backed down somewhat, and he's just taken all that freaking ammunition against him and survived. Some guy says, Namu says, Ted Cruz is playing the game better than most, but not really a close ally. I agree with that there, Zed. Namu Zed, I agree with that assessment. Some guy says, Ghazi Kodo / Black Hitler has now copied the Lotus Eaters format of content delivery. Carl's reach knows no bounds, so I will send that his way as well, so that he can revel in that. From some guy. Okay, so I sent that to him, because I don't really give a shit about that fucking retard. Glowy says, libertarians don't seem to understand in order to have a strong country or culture, you need to have some decency and responsibilities to be a good neighbor. Well, I've had people complain to me, I think today, about that, oh no, not every libertarian sort of thing. But the problem is, it's not all, but enough of. That is the counter argument. Obviously, not all. Every time I give you I say not all, etc. But the fact is that it's enough of, and you have your own ideological baggage for that reason. I agree, obviously, Glowy. I would say that I am a philosophical liberal, but I sympathize more with philosophical conservatism and traditionalism than I do sort of like radical liberalism in the sense of being like a libertarian. Like I don't really sympathize with it really, because while I agree with its economic assessment, it seems to be totally vapid and vacuous in terms of any kind of message culturally or morally outside of like economics and property rights, that sort of thing. Yes, I would say libertarians got a strong case about property rights, but in terms of like what you should do, what you should be, like even the objectivists have like a better message. Libertarians don't really seem to have one. Burgers or sandwiches says either you got some white pills, either of you got some white pills for us. I kind of need a fix. Also, Louis, kind of new to your channel. How is immigration going to destroy the United States? If you'd rather not get into it, could you direct me to one of your other vids that will explain it? Well, I would say just look back. My videos are typically, you know, they have a thumbnail and a title that usually implies what the video is about. And I've talked about it multiple times before. But the summary of what is basically wrong with the United States is that we have different aspects to what is required to have a functional nation. And our culture is the weakest aspect to our country. A lot of the people who are tacitly tied to like the alt-right or are more like America First nationalists, they will be able to tell you this, that they have properly identified the fact that while there's a decent number of things wrong with the United States, the thing that's most wrong with it is our culture. Our culture is incredibly weak. We have lost our reason for being. We have lost our reason for why we exist, for what justifies the reason why we are a country, why we are a society, why we are a people, why, you know, what makes America good, what justifies our existence, what binds us together. The issue is the prescription that each people draw. And I would say that the people that are more closely aligned to civil nationalism, they have a better prescription for what should be done. And that is such a thing as making English the official language of the United States so that you cannot actually put out any other bullshit in another language to cater to foreign people that are here, that in order to live here, you actually, it isn't just by law you have to know the language because, you know, to get immigration. In order to actually function here, you have to know the language because that's the only way you're going to get anything. There is no press 2 or whatever it is on your phone call to get it in Spanish. You have to know English. That's the only way that you can get it. And that thing creates glue for society. It forces us to coalesce together rather than be able to distinguish ourselves apart. You know, it's the difference between the melting pot and the salad bowl of society, where the salad bowl, you could be separate and together in the same bowl, whereas the melting pot, in theory, you have to melt together into one, like, thing. The problem is with the melting bowl theory, unless you basically have people in society demanding that people be a certain way, that there is a monoculture and a mono-language, or be monolingual, unless there are people demanding it, that it falls apart, that basically the idea of the melting pot stops working, and that in reality, the melting pot never really existed, that it was people that were alike enough, to, you know, in group, that they were able to basically form a cohesive enough unit that America only changed so much. Because under the successive waves of immigration from the end of the 19th century into the 20th century, that was the bulk of like the last big wave since like 1965, which is the next upsurge of, like, that's the most recent wave. But before that, it was tail end of the 19th, beginning of the 20th, that there was a real early beginning of the 20th, because it stopped not long after. But right around then, the people who came in were not all that different from the people that were here, outside that a lot of them were Catholic. And the difference is that within a generation, we had Catholics on the Supreme Court, Catholic senators, Catholic congressmen, and a Catholic president. So things changed. We went from a Protestant nation of whites to a mixed sort of white nation of people that were mainly from the old country to some degree, but also include other people from like Germany, Italy, and other places, Polish, and that sort of thing. People that aren't from, England or Britain, with the exception of maybe you could argue Irish, although, again, Catholic. And within a generation, they had changed the country in a way that it has not ever changed back. It has stayed different ever since then. The problem is that this is kind of one of those things that the alt-right argue that, or the people that are more, I'll say, ethno-nationalistic, that once you have a certain level of immigration of other people, even if they are white, that you fundamentally change the nation. And it seems that that argument is true. That even if the civil nationalists get everything that they want, that fundamentally the nation will change. That it is going to change in some capacity, and those changes are going to be arguably irreversible. The difference is, I would say that I don't think that we are to the point yet where the changes that will occur are changes that are not something that we could ultimately stomach. That the changes that will occur will be so different from what was, what existed, that it'll basically be, night and day from, like, let's say 1990, or even, like, let's say 1970. I do think that we can have a country that is cohesive, that is something that is not radical or destructive or balkanized. I don't agree with the balkanization theory that you will get a lot of, like, someone like Nick Fuentes, that is somebody that's what he argues, is basically balkanization and separation. I don't think we're at that point. I don't think that we are on the trajectory to that point outside of if we immigrate enough people that are basically, if we get enough Puerto Ricans and people like Puerto Ricans, if we get enough Indians, if we get enough Chinese, if we get enough people who are basically going to always separate themselves, then we are going to have a problem, a very serious problem, especially if we start bringing in a lot of poor Indians and a lot of poor people. We are going to have a serious problem. But there are, I disagree with their view that if we stop today, it wouldn't matter, that it's too late. I would say that there is such a point where if we cross the line, it is too late. But I would say that we are not there yet, and it depends on who we're bringing in per year, what they are. And the fact is that we can send back the problem children. The fact is that if we can grant citizenship, we can also revoke it. And that is something that, if it gets bad enough, we will do. We will simply just revoke citizenship if it gets bad enough. And we've already seen it in the UK. If it happens here, we'll just do it. Especially when, as it stands, the nationalists who are gaining ground. And if we have a bunch of foreigners here engaging in all kinds of terrorism and shit, guess who's getting more powerful day after day? It's the nationalists. It's not the neolibs, the neocons, or the leftists. It's the nationalists who are gaining power. So if it ever gets bad enough, we can just revoke citizenship and get rid of these people. So I would say that the thing we need to fear is not the breakdown of the culture. It is the printing of ballots. That is the thing that we should fear. That, to me, is the most pressing concern. It's the ability to basically fortify democracy, as they call it. I'm very afraid of that. Morally speaking and pragmatically. I really don't want to live in an evil society under an illegitimate government. I really fear that from a moral perspective. I am an idealist. Despite everything that I say in this, I am an idealist. And like, despite being hungry, I can feel in the pit of my stomach, like, legit unease and pain from the idea of living in a genuinely illegitimate society, like where the government doesn't actually represent us, like legit. It's fortified to the extent that we all know that it's like we're basically voting, but they're fortifying the victor. I despite what people might say, we got, Joe Biden is Caesar at the moment, but we're still slated to take back the House. So I'm not black-pilled. And I don't think you should be too. I think you should be afraid, but you should not be black-pilled, because we're not there yet. But we are flirting, obviously, with that prospect of fortifying our democracy to such an extent that we are a democracy in the same way as Iraq under Saddam. Or, I don't know, like the Soviet Union or something like that. You find an example of that in history where the vote is fortified and, the president, El Presidente, continues to be president indefinitely. And the military is basically acting as police. We're getting aspects of that in our society now. And it's something that you should be really afraid of, because it is really scary. But we're not there to such a point that it's a lost cause. There are things that we can do to where we can beat things back. So to answer that in a very long way, burgers are sandwiches. My argument is that American culture is extremely weak, that we need to have pro-America movies, we need to have pro-America comic books, we need to have pro-America video games, we need to have, and I don't mean propaganda, although you could do propaganda. I just mean games, movies, comic books, music that reflects true Americana, like what it actually means to be an American, like what it is to be an American. And less left-wing propaganda, which is what you find in every realm of music, movies, video games, comic books, everything. It's all left-wing propaganda. We need things that are just generally done for the purposes of creating good art, but also include aspects of American culture, because that is important for us, and it is important for the rest of the world. That's one aspect. We need people to be, positive towards faith, positive towards, we don't need avoidant people so they turn to drugs and other, I say this as an atheist. I don't want people to say, well, I'm an atheist and I'm going to say go shoot up heroin because it's left a void in me. Or I'm going to go fuck a bunch of whores because, it's left a void in me. If somebody becomes an atheist, it's going to be, well, now I'm an atheist in the Christopher Hitchens sense, and now I'm like, I'm either a political junkie or I'm a polemicist or something like that, where, even though he was an alcoholic, so maybe that you can say is, his vice. But I don't want people to lose their faith and become a fucking useless piece of shit. I want people to either be fulfilled and be a Christian, and that is part of being an American, arguably, or they are an atheist or something akin to that, but they basically fill that void with something else. And it's something productive. So they become a right-wing political junkie, great. That helps us. Or they become a right-wing political activist, great. They become a right-wing politician or, a fundraiser, organizer, whatever, that's great. Because then they find their fulfillment rather in faith or in Christ. They find it in being an activist. Fantastic. That's great. So long as it's on our side, it works for me. But my fear is that with Christianity kind of on the decline, and that's how I view it, and I think it is, my fear is that people are becoming despondent, disillusioned, suicidal, passionless, unfulfilled, that they've lost their faith in God and in faith itself as a concept, but in Christ more specifically. And so because of that, they've become weaker generally as a person. And I don't want that. It's important to our culture that we have purpose, that we have meaning. And like I said, it's just one aspect, but it's a variety of things. It's our society, culture, our society. Immigration plays into that, because the more we are obsessed with the foreign, the more we're paying attention to the foreign, and we're inviting in the foreign, we're going to be dominated by the foreign. There is no melting pot. They're not joining us. They're not becoming quote-unquote American. They're simply staying foreign and coming here and forming colonies in our country. And that is dangerous as fuck. You can go look that up, why that is. So Icefire says, Icefire says, there's a theory I've been... Oh, actually, did I skip Glowy here? Sorry, Glowy, did I skip you? Science is merely a reflection of what we understand about the world. Any perception shown to not stand contact with reality just means it's not real, and so is not real. So the so-called science is meaningless. Yeah, I agree. Well articulated, Glowy. Science should reflect reality, not the other way around. Obviously, Glowy. But hey, we are where we are, right? Icefire says, there's a theory that I've been cooking up. Conservatism as a movement was not a response to or even a competitor to liberalism. I guess you mean leftism. Rather, it is a movement to preserve liberalism as... Oh, okay, I guess maybe you mean liberalism as liberalism. Preserve it as liberalism as the liberal movement slowly turned into neoliberalism thoughts. I don't know if I agree with that, because philosophical conservatism is at odds with what can be... I'll take off my headset, I guess. Philosophical conservatism is at odds with philosophical liberalism on a number of points. There are a few things about philosophical conservatism that are specifically not liberal. And so, but are not necessarily immoral or wrong. It's just a differing worldview. It's a differing philosophical perspective. So I would say that that's a good understanding, maybe perhaps in sort of like Western politics, but I don't know that if philosophically that is true. It may be that played out, but I don't know if that's necessarily like what conservatism is or should be. It may just be that that's what occurred. But the reason I just don't want to accept that is because I don't want to accept that that's what conservatism is, because then it'll always be chasing after the tail of the left rather than after what it should be, which is a viewpoint which is at odds with libertinism. I would say that is the contrast of traditionalism or philosophical conservatism. It's not necessarily libertarian liberalism. It is libertinism. I would say that is probably the antithetical to conservatism, traditionalism, patriarchalism or patriarchy. It is feminism, libertinism, and the general idea of irresponsibility, breaking down barriers, hedonism. Like, those are all the things that conservatism, traditionalism, patriarchy is against, because one of the things, the underpinnings of all of those things on the opposite side, from libertinism, hedonism, and all that, is responsibility. That is basically one of the underpinnings of conservatism, is responsibility. What you should be doing in society, as a father, as a husband, as an employee, all of these things. Like a great part of, and that's how and that's not like antithetical to liberalism as well. Like a tremendous amount of liberalism isn't just like the sort of like libertarian fuck society, fuck everyone around you, like radical individualism or radical objectivism. it is an idea that you do play a role in society, that you do have responsibility as a citizen, and so on and so forth, which is why I would say I'm a philosophical liberal and not a libertarian and whatnot, because I do think that I have responsibility as a citizen and as an American and whatnot. But, yeah, I would say that I would disagree. I wouldn't say I disagree in terms of what occurred, but I would disagree in terms of what it is. Philosophical conservatism is not just chasing the tail of the left. It is an actual worldview. But the problem is that it has been demonized and beaten down for so long that I think that in large part it has forgotten how to fight and convince. The only thing that seems to be working for the right is evangelical Christianity. Basically, it's looking for, like, all the fucking, like, burnout junkies and failures and whores and all, like, the degenerates of society that I would always turn away from and abandon and say, fuck off away from me. Evangelical Christianity is like, come on in, be part of our movement. That seems to be the one thing that the right has going for it, is evangelical Christianity, because it actively seeks out all the fucking slime that I would never look at and tries to get it to basically redeem itself. Which, credit to it. You know, it's more noble than I am. Because ultimately, you know, that is an aspect of Christianity, is compassion, that I don't really champion. You know, I would champion more of a Nietzschean or Darwinian. I'll just say Nietzschean for the sake of people and their memes and stupid shit about Darwin. So Nietzschean sense of I respect the strong and I loathe the weak. That's my worldview. I have respect for the strong, and I either respect, admire, or and when I say respect, I at least acknowledge the strong, and I loathe the weak. Because so oftentimes the weak are people who have put themselves in that position, and in many ways the weak deserve what they get. That people in some cases even have helped them. The system has even tried to help them out, and they still have put themselves in such a poor position that they fail. Not always. Some people obviously fail by lack of effort on their own. But the thing is that so often the weak are people who deserve to be where they are. And I would say that it's not really my prerogative to pity and, try to coach and coerce, or not coerce, but my prerogative in life is not to basically try to get the weak to try to be anything but what they are, or try to channel their weakness in such a manner that is less self-destructive. I'll leave that to the evangelical Christians, because from my perspective, it's seeing people that are not necessarily weak, but have a strength within them that they have yet to really utilize. That's my perspective, is recognizing the strength in people that they aren't fully embracing and that they should be embracing. That's what I would describe as like a Nietzschean perspective, is recognizing people's strength and trying to encourage them to pursue it. And, reaching self-actualization, whatever that actually is, so long as it's moral. So long as it's actually moral. I find that something that's more worthwhile of my time is watching someone who is strong, but getting stronger every day and basically becoming the best and succeeding. I really relish and I admire. I really do admire when people succeed in a big way, and it's because, it's not them winning the lottery or some stupid shit or lucking into something or being given something, but, working hard, busting their ass, and then accomplishing something, and then saying, this has made my life better. I'm very happy. I'm fulfilled. This has made my life worth living because I did this and I succeeded at this. I relish in watching that sort of thing. And many of us do. Many of us love watching people struggle, maybe fall, but get up on their own 2 feet and win by their own strengths and their own capacity to be strong and to be willful. And, everyone likes a winner, so to say. Not everyone, though. People like a loser as well, and I can't stand that. I hate people who like to watch people wallow in pity and failure. I hate that. But many of us who have the right perspective enjoy watching people succeed by their own strengths. And I would rather us have that for us, that should be our focus. It should be to admire the strong. It should be to encourage the strong. And it should be to respect the strong for their strengths rather than to pay any heed to the weak, because they seem to simply wallow in it, and I don't really see anything that we would gain from that, and I find that to be particularly immoral. I find that to be an immoral perspective. I'm not going to begrudge the evangelicals from doing what they do, but I find it to be immoral that, from my perspective, the person that should help you starts with you. And so if you are already succeeding and you are already strong, and we can recognize that, let's say that you are a recovering alcoholic, or you are a recovering junkie, or whatever you are, and you say, well, I've been sober for a year, and I've turned my life around. Now I got a job, and now I've started a family, and I have all these things going for me, and I'm fighting every day to keep that. That is a sign of strength, and I can recognize that and say, good for you, keep going. Keep going and keep being strong, because that is the thing of I was weak once, but now I am strong. I admire that. I admire that strength, but I have to see that strength first before I recognize you as a moral actor. If you are a pitiful piece of shit, self-destructing, it's just generally like, I'll be willing to counsel you from saying you shouldn't be a self-destructive piece of shit, but you're still a piece of shit. I still regard you as a piece of shit. I'll try to counsel you and try to help you the best that I can to not be a piece of shit, but I don't respect you. And I don't pity you, and I don't really have actual compassion for you. It's just a matter of I recognize what you're doing is wrong, and you are immoral, so stop being immoral. I'm judging you. Okay, that's the difference between, attempting to help and holding the hand of and crying with and all this other shit. It's me judging you. And I think that is the correct perspective. But I know it doesn't work for everyone. But that is my perspective. Being that we still have 900 viewers, I'm going to give a shout out to the chat to like this video. I should have said this at the beginning. I forgot. I was too busy talking to Sargon. But do me a favor, like this video. It helps out this channel immensely. It just costs you a second. But like this video. Alright, so, Gettr the Censor says, science versus philosophy is one of the fundamental differences in how the left and right govern. An administrative state will listen to whatever the scientists tell them to do, an administrative state will listen to whatever the scientists tell them to do, whereas we govern based on our moral philosophy and what benefits that end. Yes, I agree. Very well said by Gettr the Censor once again. Apparently we got a legit big brain following the channel, because it seems like whether it was the other day or today, Geto's coming out with some big, points that I not only agree with, but are also insightful. So thank you, Gettr. Kendrick says, Louis, do you think you can get Trump on track if you had a face-to-face sit-down with him, make him see the light, and play his role as a kingmaker? No, I would say that if I basically played the role of oh God, I'm blanking on multiple names. Grima Wormtongue. If I played the role of Grima Wormtongue or that of Jared Kushner, where I was basically his right-hand man, I could get him to play that role. But unless I was if I was in the room with him every day, I could get him to probably convince him to do what I wanted him to do. But if it were the fact that I was just meeting him once, I would basically bet against myself. I would short the stock on myself being able to accomplish anything. The problem with Trump, it seems, is that unless you are in his ear and constantly, repetitively telling him to do certain things or advising him to do certain things, you know, listening to what he has to say and then basically taking what he has to say and then giving it back to him in such a manner where it reflects what he said, but also it includes what you want him to do. Unless you can do that on a day-to-day basis, he will just do whatever the fuck Jared Kushner does, you know, or Jared Kushner says to do. Trump is, I would say, a decent person in reality. I would say that Trump is probably, outside of his adultery in the past, he's probably a decent man, but he is not an effective politician outside of campaigning and fundraising. In those ways, he's effective. But in terms of being an actual like politician in office, he's bad. And I would say his first term reflects that he got a handful of things done, but spent most of the time bullshitting. And unfortunately, here we are now with President Biden, and he's basically undoing half of what Trump did very quickly. You know, so how much did that really count? Trump was good for many reasons, but not for being the president. He really didn't carry his weight as president. Glowy says Lincoln was a tyrant, but without him, many things might not have happened. Lincoln worship is due to slave emancipation. The claim is not being racist. Yeah, I guess you're right, but that's my point, is that the right wing is always sucking the dick of liberty and freedom, but the thing I can't stand is the praise of Lincoln, because to me that's totally contradictory. Because if you want to be the party of freedom and liberty, fine, but you can't be out there sucking the dick of Lincoln. Lincoln was a tyrant, and I mean, to me, it's just you being hypocritical or just being inconsistent or talking out of both sides of your mouth. Whatever, say whatever you want to. You're right, Glowy, about why they're doing it, but I just don't tolerate it, because if we are going to be, you know, if you're out there talking about liberty and freedom and entrepreneurship, then you should be singing the praises of Ayn Rand or somebody like that. Like, if you're out there talking about Ayn Rand or Thomas Sowell or somebody like that, like somebody who is like a legit liberal or an objectivist, somebody who's like actually like pathologically liberal, whose entire basis is freedom and liberty and reduction of government and access for people to be free, and business owners can be free to discriminate, and property rights. That's great. But Lincoln wasn't exactly a champion of fucking property rights now, was he? Say whatever you want to. But Lincoln was out there suspending aspects of the fucking Constitution. It wasn't championing shit. So that's what I mean. I don't really think ill that much of Lincoln. Excuse me. Fucking tickle in my throat. I don't really think that ill of Lincoln, but I don't really think that well of him anymore either, because I don't think that he governed in a way that I would really want a president to govern. I mean, he did a lot of bad shit, and he oversaw a lot of bad shit. And I would say that based on the Civil War, the reasons for why we did certain things that were immoral were because of how close the conflict was. And despite what people might say, and maybe what I've even said in the past, it seems that the Civil War was actually kind of close, at least for different parts of it. That the North could have been lost certain battles, and it would have been devastating. But the thing is that after a certain point, the freaking South kind of got mopped up pretty quick. So maybe that justifies the immoral actions that were taken. However, I wouldn't really be singing the praises of Lincoln, because, like I said, to me, it's like, I don't know, like, even people on the right are more than willing to criticize Washington or Jefferson or a bunch of the different founding fathers. I've listened to a bunch of conservatives criticize the founding fathers, but Lincoln is this fucking sacrosanct, sacred fucking cow, And it's like, I fundamentally don't understand it. You could feel free as a right-winger to criticize Washington and a variety of the other founding fathers, but for some reason Lincoln is the guy that you champion? Fucking why? The guy was an absolute tyrant. He may have had his reasons, and he had, like, legit moral quandaries around what he was doing being right, and that's why I would defend him and say that he questioned some of the things that he was doing, but, like, he was known as a fucking melancholy guy, and I think that may have been a part of it. But the thing is, though, like, talking about freedom and liberty and then using the name of Lincoln, it's like, it would be like talking about the free market and talking about FDR. You don't make any sense, and I wish you would stop. Hopefully that makes sense to you there, Chloe. Lincoln worship is due to slave, not being racist. Reagan trusted the Democrats. That's why taxes got raised. They promised to cut taxes and didn't. Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, if taxes got raised, unless I'm looking at some kind of budget thing that he basically had he had a gun to his head, so he had to sign off on. As far as I know, he had to sign off on it, and that's still him. So, what can I say? George H.W. Bush, you're going to defend him too? He said the same shit and then raised taxes. And that basically was one of the things that cost him a second term, besides being a limp dick fucking Republican. The Civic Nationalist says the United States is what happens when you allow the British and English culture to mix with French, German, Italian culture. The United States is a former British colony. Fucking act like it and kick the IRA-loving two-stacks Biden into the fucking sea. Yeah, I would say that Biden is symptomatic of, like, the Irish left. Because he still claims to be a Catholic. Biden's out there claiming to be religious and claims to be a Catholic. And he supports abortion and all this other shit. And it seems that it's one of those weird-ass parts about sort of, like, old-school leftist thought is that there is no real limiting principle and that they can claim to be religious and then endorse things that that the actual religious people that I find that are actually religious find, like, abhorrent. Joe Biden just doesn't care. And even I, like, as an atheist, I have serious issues around abortion. Like, I don't take it very seriously because I don't really care. Like, there's all these, I mean, you have mainly black whores getting abortions. Do I really care? No, because I'd be paying for that kid. If it weren't that girl getting an abortion, I'd be paying for that illegitimate kid who's going to grow up to be a gangbanger and fucking shoot me in the head. So do I really fucking care? No. But the act itself is something that I would never want done. If I had cousins, well, I do have cousins, but let's say my cousins. I have female cousins. I don't have any sisters or anything, but I have female cousins. I would not want them to have an abortion. I would not ever advise them to have an abortion. The only examples of exceptions would be the kid's retarded, and people get all pissy about that, but I don't care. I would never want... I've seen people with retarded kids. I never would wish that on my worst enemy. And if the kid was going to kill... The kid was going to die and the mother was going to die, which happens on occasion. Now, are those a small percentage of the amount of abortions that are occurring? Yes, obviously. But I would still say that even if it is 1% of the abortions occurring, well, I would include that exception to the abortion issue of allow those exceptions. That if your kid's retarded or the kid's going to kill the mom and the kid's going to die anyways, then probably abort. Because why lose 2 lives rather than end one and maybe try again to have another life? It just seems sensible to me that way. Even though the act may be immoral, you're doing an immoral act for what is a moral purpose. And I don't view it in a pathological way like certain people do, where abortion, no matter what the circumstances are, is immoral, no matter what. Even if it is in a case where, the mother and the child are both going to die, and it's even early on, life begins at, conception, therefore don't ever do it. It doesn't matter. I don't view it in that kind of pathological sense. So I would say that even though I have my issues with abortion as an issue, the problem is that I think you're right with what you're saying, is that I think that's one of the fundamental changes about the United States, is that a weird number of people that claim to be religious and very much religious, like, actively support abortion. And it's like, well, how? Like, most people have not thought through. You know, my position is actually thought through. It's something I've thought about for years. Yeah, so yeah, I would say that unfortunately one of the things is that the ethno-nats, one of the things they're right about is that after the immigration we had in the late 19th, early 20th century, it did change the United States permanently. So they're right about that. And I would say that the immigration that we've had with the Mexicans, that's probably going to permanently change the United States. But the difference is that we may have record immigration to the United States. You know, fucking Nick Fuentes is like an ethno-nationalist and is half Mexican. He's half Italian, half Mexican. So I'm not too worried about him. And that to me is one of the things about like the people we have brought in is it's not really a lost cause. It is a numbers game. But what it's going to require is basically the promotion of an American identity. It's going to have to be promoted that there is such a thing as an American identity. There are standards to what it means to be an American. We are going to have to basically go after the left in many ways and really have a moratorium on immigration like we did after whatever it was, the 40s, whenever it was that they cut it off. Because I think it was even into the Great Depression, the immigration continued. But eventually at some point, immigration dropped dramatically in the early 20th century. And it was only up until 1965 that it skyrocketed again. And it has been since then. But it's basically the two things we need to do. We need to cut off immigration and then basically work with the people we got here and either basically say adapt or get out. That's basically the message. Become an American or get out. And what it means to be American, is it going to change slightly? Yes, because there's just no choice. Like it was with the Irish and the Italians and all the Catholics, it is going to change. We're going to get a bunch of fucking Mexicans that are going to be running for, that's already occurring, but at least it will be under the auspices of they're an American and they're speaking English. At least we can have that. It's just going to be that maybe they include certain things that become conceivably, like let's say like Mexican rap. Like Mexican rap gets considered American from now on. That's just something that changes about the United States. Or maybe it's vocabulary. Like I start using Mexican words, or excuse me, Spanish words for certain things. So rather than say, asshole, I say puto. So puto becomes like a common phrase in America, that most people say puto instead of asshole. It just becomes common vernacular. That could be something that radically changes in American culture, where certain, there's just jargon, there is language that changes where we adopt Spanish in such a way to where most Americans say certain phrases. I guess instead of saying cool, maybe some celebrity says bueno. And so everyone starts saying bueno. It's like that, where 100 years ago, nobody's saying bueno. But these days, all the kids are saying bueno because everyone says it. It's just what you say. But the way that doesn't get out of control is that you basically make it, you make it certain that everyone speaks English. In order to function here, you have to speak English. It creates that in society and social norms, that sort of thing, like social pressure. It creates the conditions necessary to live in what is essentially a monocultural society. So, yeah. I'm not so delusional that I think that America isn't going to change with the amount of immigration that we've had. But it's basically gunning for... Or no, culo. Is culo asshole? Sorry. What is What I don't remember what I said. Whatever. Puto. What's puto? Is it bastard? Someone in the chat shout that out. What is bastard? Culo is asshole. What is bastard? Or excuse me. Pendejo. Is that bastard? Somebody in the chat shout it out. I don't know. I don't know your fucking foreign language. See, in America, we don't speak your fucking spickety-spock bullshit, if you get my drift. Puto is fag? What? I don't believe that. It is? I didn't even realize that. Oh, that's hilarious. If that's true, if you guys aren't just blowing smoke, that's pretty funny. Oh, shit. Well, what can I say? I'm not a native Spanish speaker. Let me find another image. We gotta mix up the image on screen. Oops, I'm trying to go to my likes here. Let's do this one, I guess. Okay, let's continue on with the super chats. Let's see. Nostal Cran says, when pointing out that Black Lives Matter riots killed 25 people across America last summer, how would you concisely defend against others bringing up January 6th in argument? Only a small number of people were actively rioting. Leftists say the same. I mean, to me, it's a matter of Black Lives Matter have the stated goal of overthrowing the United States, and so the rioting that occurs from Black Lives Matter, they're just acting on their own ideology, and the people who engaged in violence at the Capitol were just mad. They were not trying to overthrow the government. They thought the government was being overthrown. So you can disagree with them, or say they're wrong, say that they're erroneous. But you can't just say that their stated goal is to overthrow the government. That's not true. That is you making an erroneous argument itself. So I would say that to people who would come back and say that it was an insurrection, I would say that, you've just bought, like, you could say it a million different ways and more, in a better way than what I am going to say here. But I would just say that you're either buying into an argument that isn't yours, you're just repeating for the sake of an argument, or you are arguing something that is clearly erroneous, whether you understand it or not, because that was not the reason they were there. That was not their message. If you believe the government is occupied by someone that is illegitimate, you are not trying to overthrow the government. You believe the government has been overthrown. So you advancing that is just you projecting what your side arguably has done. So you need to figure that out. What are you actually saying? What do you actually believe? Stop misrepresenting the people who were there. Even if they engaged in violence, don't misrepresent what they were doing. And with BLM, you don't have to fucking, look low and high. It doesn't take much searching to figure out what they're after. They actively hate the United States. They actively hate they hate the police. They hate whites. It's very clear what Black Lives Matter believe. And them engaging in violence and property destruction is them engaging in what they actually believe. That is what they believe. They believe in violence. They believe in property damage. They advocate it. They're for it. Our side is not. So they can say whatever they want to, but that is the fact, and that's what I would say. It really depends on who you're talking to and whether you want to convince them or whatever. But I've had arguments about this before with other people. some of them IRL. And I have simply said that if all you're going to do is repeat talking points to me that you've heard on the mainstream media, then we're not really going to have much of an argument, because you're not engaging me in good faith. You're just trying to bicker with me and just, state something that isn't even your position. Because I've heard this way too many times where people are just offering a talking point, and all it requires you to do is basically have them elaborate on it, and they fall the fuck apart. They can't explain what they actually mean, or say it in a way where they can actually get, in depth with an explanation of, the foundation of the argument, of their belief. It's simply this argument. It is a talking point. A good example would be the Second Amendment. It says in the Second Amendment, shall not be infringed. And you say, well, what do you mean by that? And they said, well, it says right on there, it shall not be infringed. And you say, well, what do you mean by that? And they can't actually get into any kind of defense around property rights, the role of the state, the role of the Constitution, enumerated rights, natural rights. They can't get into anything related to the issue of the state granting you your rights, or natural rights in the Constitution actually laying out the fact that these are, the government has no role in these things, that these are areas by which that the state is excluded from, that it can do other things, and it also, the Constitution lays out what the state's purpose is, and that isn't suppressing the rights of its citizens. That the whole point of the Bill of Rights was to spell out easily for any retard to understand that the purpose of the state is not taking away rights or stripping rights or curtailing rights. It's about keeping those rights. So when the state is acting against the citizens and stripping them of rights, it is the state acting in a way that is not actually, it's acting outside of the boundaries of the Constitution. So when I say shall not be infringed, that's what I mean. The government does not have the authority or any kind of obligation or any moral authority to do what it's doing as it relates to restricting my rights around firearm ownership. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. There's an example. The people that know what they're talking about can give you something as an argument that's meaningful. But if all they give you is rhetoric or a talking point, they're just taking it from somebody else and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about because they spent 5 minutes thinking about it. They thought, well, this guy was convincing, so they just regurgitated it to you. And I would just say, basically, call people on their bluff. Call people on the fact that they're engaging in talking points. Because if they start getting into the nitty-gritty of what they actually mean and what they believe, then you can actually get into your differences. But if they're just going to offer you rhetoric, then it goes nowhere and it's a meaningless argument anyways. Glowy says, conservatives is an apt word for DC Republicans. I think they got sexually excited watching right and America getting abused. Others are just sellouts. What Republicans need to do is stop going with media framing, wait for truth to come out. Yeah, that's one of the things I have to say that, unfortunately, some people have managed to figure it out, but a lot of people haven't. Ben Shapiro is clearly one of these people that when the media fucking hypes some shit up that makes the right look bad, Ben Shapiro is one of those people that doesn't hesitate for a second to jump on it, and it's blown up in his face several fucking times, and he's looked like a fucking piece of shit asshole several times because of it. Some people have learned their lesson on that, seemingly, but a bunch of people, including big names like Ben Shapiro, they just haven't. And in some ways, Steven Crowder hasn't either when it comes to the insurrection in the Capitol. He hasn't learned either. But some conservatives are learning that basically we have to basically detach ourselves from the media and just stop listening. It's required in order for us to function, but good post by Glowy. Mario says, I find it sad how for 6 months the left allowed peaceful protests to ravage America, but the Capitol Hill thing was a single thing that was focused against the government, not excusing what happened, but why is it the right the right the only one being punished? Yeah, and additionally to that, I mean, it's for obvious reason, Mario. It's just because we're the right and they're the left, and they get away. They own all the institutions. They own the FBI. They own the Department of Justice. They own everything, so they can get away with it. But as it relates to us, the other distinction that you can make is that, and I said this to Sargon, I believe, who was arguing something different, I think. But I said this to him, that when it comes to what was, I call it a protest, but you can consider it a riot. Where else should they have been? They were at the state capital, or they were at the nation's capital. Where should they have been? If you're not going to protest at the nation's capital regarding a national election, where should you have been? Where should they have been instead? Tell me where else they should have gone and protested. It could have been a raucous protest and crossed the line into illegality, and some people got hurt, and other things that happened that I don't morally agree with and were illegal. Sure. If they were going to have a protest and it was going to be rowdy, where should it have been? That, to me, is one of the big arguments that I would make, and I have been making, is if you're going to make this big deal about the Capitol, where else would you have rather have had it? And the only argument I've seen from people is basically behind, like, razor-wired fences that are labeled free speech zones. Like, those are the arguments I get instead, are literally in steel cages with razor wire that says free speech zone on them, which, fuck you. That's not a protest. You know, that's my response to you. Fuck you. It's not a protest. The left can do whatever the fuck they want, and right-wingers are literally stuck in kennels of free speech zones behind razor wire. Fuck you. You hold an immoral opinion. You know, that's your immoral position. I'm the moral actor I'm trying to be fair. You're not. So fuck you. Glowy says, did you know how ADL started? A Jewish man raped a woman, blamed it on a black guy, still got convicted, and the organization started to stop such anti-Semitism. So ADL is anti-black. Well, I can't speak to that because I don't know its history. I do know that it started out for some dubious scam reasons, and there's another organization like it. I can't remember if it's the Southern Poverty Law Center or what, but there's one that did start out as, like, other than the ADL, that's, like, basically a scam organization, but I forget what it is. But it could be true, but I don't really know. But thank you, Glowy, for that insight. Glowy says, Lincoln Project no longer useful since it's right-wing. It needs to be destroyed. Also, Lincoln Project hacked into someone's account to post DMs, so they committed a felony. I agree. As far as I know, they did engage in criminal activity like that. And it's probably not even the first time they've done that. I would say if there's some kind of discovery or serious investigation into them, they're going to find a variety of things that they did that were felonious. I would imagine. Not just this guy, you know, texting, you know, underage girls and shit, but I mean the other people there engaging in legitimately felonious conduct. I'd be willing to wager money for that. Sean says, Carl, when you make the t-shirt of a wolf in sheep's clothing with a lotus flower in his mouth, I get one free, right? Well, I'm not even going to send him one, Sean. I'm not sure what that reference is either, because I listen to his podcast and I don't know what you're talking about. But thank you, Sean. But sorry, I'm not going to send that his way because not sure what that means. Glowy says, I'm thinking the establishment wanted the Senate to be Republican-held. Look at how disillusioned the left are over minimum wage and stimulus. The Democrats don't need Republicans to pass legislation, yet no Gibbs. Left needed it right to blame for it, but can't. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is that their own side is barely complaining about it. I mean, the right is complaining more about the lack of stimulus than the fucking left is. So I take your point, but the problem is that the left wing have failed in their own point of actually doing something or even saying something. But you do make a good point. But I don't think the right was expecting to lose the Senate. I don't think they were expecting it because it made fucking Mitch McConnell look like a bitch. And I've seen a lot more people, even from mainstream outlets on the right, being like, yeah, Mitch needs to fucking go. And in a serious, like, political realism sort of way, like, he sucks, he's a failure as a leader, he didn't do enough to actually win the Senate, fuck him, he needs to go, he's incompetent. And I totally agree, even for both reasons, whether he's He's against us. He's not pro-Trump. He's not a Trump supporter. He's not nationalist. Fuck him. Get him out of here. But also, he fucked up. He's incompetent, so get out of here. I agree for both reasons. Han says, do you think DeSantis or Hawley would be a stronger candidate for the right in 2024? I guess you mean than Trump, potentially. Electoral shenanigans aside, a DeSantis-Hawley ticket could be, that's two of the same thing. I don't know. I wouldn't advise that. I mean, would it be nice to have a nationalist ticket? Yes, but that's not the nature of electoral politics for the presidency. So I would be caution against DeSantis-Hawley ticket. That's not how you do presidential politics. Could be a decently electable combination given what we have to work with. I mean, I take your point for what you have to say here, Han. But I would say that what you want is DeSantis would be good for two reasons. One, he's our guy, so to say. Two, he's strong. He has his downsides. He's not a big name. But he's got Florida. And that is big. I know that we're all black-pilled because of fortifying, and yes, I'm not even disagreeing. But I have my own plan for how to get around that, and it involves protesters moving into buildings and fortifying the vote in that way. So we can do that, and we can win it that way. But we want to keep Ohio. We need to keep Florida. There's a variety of states that we need to keep. We need to try to take more ground in Nevada. We need to try to get Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. We need to get these states under control because obviously some bullshit went there. We need to get these states under control. Pennsylvania was a total fucking clusterfuck. And I've had a bunch of people message me about how crazy shit was in fucking Pennsylvania. We need to get Pennsylvania under control. Michigan and Wisconsin as well. But we need to make sure we keep Ohio and Florida. But at the same time, we need to be doing work in Arizona, we need to do work in Nevada, and we need to do some work in Georgia, because Georgia is the worst out of all of them. Georgia is a lost fucking state, dude. The Republican Party there has betrayed us, and that is going to be a hard fucking thing. It is basically going to be us trying to basically unseat every single Republican in Georgia. And I mean, good luck to the Georgians listening to this, because I don't know how the fuck you're going to do it, but unseat every single conceivable Georgian there, like Georgian GOPer, to put in somebody who is like a nationalist in, to get the state back. It's the only thing we can do. But man, is that going to be an uphill battle. And so what I can't stand is when people talk about the South, how right-wing the South is. You know, the South is full of right-wing rednecks. It's like, yeah, have a look at Georgia, and why don't you shut the fuck up, you fucking faggot. I'm really getting sick of the stereotype of, man, the South is so fucking right-wing. Yeah, the South, which includes formerly purple state of Florida and fucking Arizona, of Georgia, which just went blue. And it's full of fucking pathological Democrat fucking plantation black people. Fuck off. Red Fox says, Cabal prevails, if I didn't already say that, so thank you, Red Fox. Thug Life Bear says, the Southern strategy was another term coined by the fuckwit liberal journalist. Nixon sided with rural and urban versus rural, and the journalist mistook culture for race. Again, Nixon also wildly popular with the regular people for being pro-American identity. Yes, and he, as far as I know, he had the greatest re-election in American history. He had an unbelievable re-election. He was the most popular president, as far as I can tell. He had the most dominant re-election in American history by a magnitude that I don't know who would be even close. So Nixon was a very powerful politician, and I'm surprised people on the right don't cite him more for being someone that we should look to for certain points. You don't have to morally agree with some of the things that he said about Jews or whoever else. I mean, I'm sure he dropped some N-bombs here or there. But, you know, he's a man of his era. Well, what can I say? He says the word nigger, whatever. He's a man of his era. And the more important thing is strategy. Look to see what he did strategically. Did he do bad things strategically? Yeah, look what he did with China. That was a mistake. But Obviously, when it came to his re-election, he must have been doing something right, because holy shit, was it one hell of a re-election bid. So, yeah, I'm surprised that more right-wingers don't talk about Nixon. You know, yeah, did he break into a Democratic place and start looking at, try to get some dirt on him? Yeah, okay, he did that shit. It was probably illegal. Who gives a fucking shit? And the Democrats just fortified a presidential election. Who gives a fucking shit about Watergate at this point? Watergate is nothing compared to what's been going on. Obama spied on his adversaries, on his political competition, in a way that makes Watergate look like fucking nothing. Okay? Who gives a fucking shit about Watergate? I wish people would get over that and bring up Nixon, because I'd like to know more about him. Seemed like he was wrong in some ways, but he knew what he was doing in other ways, and I'd like to know more about what he did. Adherent of Lady Columbia says, not sure we have a very solid monoculture. We don't. That's my whole point. As the internet has basically fractures things like music, movies, historical facts, and news. Oh, news. Okay. Think about pop music, and that it basically still is the 2000s in most parts. Cardi B went platinum with 600,000 only. Well, I'm not really sure. I mean, I'm not sure we will have a very solid monoculture. No, I mean, you have to understand that we live in our culture is extremely stagnant at the moment. And if you look, I mean, the 20s were specific. The 30s were specific. The 40s were specific. The 50s were specific. The 60s were specific. The 70s were specific. The 80s were specific. The 90s were specific. The 2000s were specific. It's only after the 2000s that basically our culture just lives is in like an arrested development, like where culture has stagnated in such an extreme degree. Most decades of the last century and more have been very specific and very original. I mean, is there music genres and movie genres and whatnot that bleed over, and cultural aspects that bleed over? Obviously. But they're very distinct. It's only up until very recently that our culture has been incredibly stagnant, and it's also been when it's been dominated by left-wing politics. I would say that it would take a while before we can reset that issue, but I don't think it's I can basically see us reverting back to that sort of nature where every decade is different. Every decade is different from the last one in distinct ways. I think that the current culture that we have now is incredibly abnormal, let's just say, in terms of history. Cato says we are to expect the greatest number of immigrants. We are to expect the greatest number of immigrants. They will bring with them the principles of the governments they leave. I think you mean immigrants, not immigrants. Or do you mean immigrant or emigrants from the countries they're leaving? Embedded in their early youth, or if they're able to. Unfortunately, this shit is not helping me read. You're really broken up here in this. Embedded in their early youth, or if able to throw them off, it will be in exchange for an unbounded licentiousness. Thomas Jefferson? Yeah, I mean, I would say that that's pretty much. I would have to see the full context of that statement to really comment on exactly what is meant by it, because it's a little bit flowery in its language. But if it is specific to immigration from abroad to us, then I would say that it in large part is accurate to what occurs and what has occurred. But the difference is that I don't believe Thomas Jefferson would be someone that would agree with the idea of what I would in terms of what the role of the state is in the immigration process. That it's both a social, it's an issue of social conditioning and social pressure, but also that of the state. I don't know what Jefferson's views would be specifically on those two things. I would imagine that with the former, he would agree entirely with social pressure. But in terms of state pressure and state coordination around the issue, I'm not sure what his views would be entirely on that, so I can't really comment. The Gettr says there are 3 no political solution scenarios. Cops blank down a few Trump protesters, vote printer ad infinitum to one party rule, ISPs straight up cut out people's internet over politics. These are no point of return boog moments. Yeah, I would say that ISPs cutting people off is extremely dangerous and would radicalize people. And it would really cripple us. Vote printer is another one. I agree. It's really dangerous. So number 2, I agree. And number 1, I disagree. Number 1, I don't think. Number 1, I can see there being a decent amount of protesting before violence. So I disagree with number 1. I would say that if it's like basically a massacre, then maybe it gets to that level. Like basically, I would say you're more likely to see that happen with soldiers. Like soldiers are in the street and there's a protest and the protesters like, well, fuck these soldiers. We're trying to get to somewhere and they're in our way. We're just going to push through, and they shoot the protesters. Basically, whatever it is, Boston Massacre, or there's a few massacres where that kind of thing happens where they just shoot everybody and like 100 people get wounded or whatever and 30 die, then I would say that would probably be a radicalizing moment, but I don't think it would automatically lead to like no political solution scenario. It would just radicalize people. And I don't even mind that from happening, not necessarily to that degree, but like the cops or soldiers being overly aggressive with Trump supporters in an unfair manner, because it just shows you who holds the power, and that makes a better argument for us that all we're trying to do is protest. And it hits people in the head like the Ben Shapiros and the Steven Crowders, who are still weak on this issue, that Trump supporters are being beaten because we don't have power, and they should eventually get on our side and stop being fucking faggots, because both of them still are, as far as I'm concerned. Both have their rhetoric, but I don't really see either as really on our side. And it needs to be made clear to them that they need to get past the rhetoric of they understand the majority of their audience are Trump supporters, so they can't really shit on him or shit on them either. But the fact is that like no one's gonna go beat, no cop or no soldiers are ever gonna go beat Ben Shapiro's ass because he lives in a fucking air-conditioned studios. He filmed from an air-conditioned studios. He goes on safe, cushy campuses, surrounded by bodyguards and cops. They're never ever gonna beat him. It's only gonna be Trump supporters in the streets that are getting beaten. So, when it comes to Crowder or when it comes to him, they should understand that, the people who are dispossessed of power are the Trump supporters. So reflect that in your beliefs. I reflect that. I understand that. So why can't they? And I don't see that from them. I see a lot of rhetoric, but I don't see that actual perspective. That they have an understanding of what is actually occurring here. Destin says, conservatives need to... Oh, excuse me, I skipped one. Feckless Spoon says, Rucka Alley is an underestimated culture asset for the right. We should use him more. I guess. I mean, I've been at live events where he's been. He seems like a guy who knows what he's doing. But how much of a cultural asset he is, I can't really say because I don't really watch much of his content. But I have seen him in IRL, and I think I've met him IRL. I can't remember if I talked to him or not. But I was in the same room as him. But he seems like a decent guy who understands things. Dustin says, conservatives need to realize the will of the state is to be used. Well, it's really the will of power. It's not really the will of the state. It's the role of the state, I think you mean. But it's the will of power, or will to power, rather. The entire stem of the United States' issues is the lack of tugging on both sides. One-directional states disenfranchises populations. Yes, I agree with that, with the latter. Yeah, I definitely agree. That the right is too unwilling to not utilize the state for its own interests, and for some reason consistently abides by the left, helps the left, works with the left in certain ways that it thinks it can not lose on, or it's just, they can gain some cultural relevancy doing. But in the end, it just creates, it basically opens the door for more left-wingers seizing power within the state, and then they act accordingly and just wield it recklessly. So I agree with the letter of that statement that the right wing needs to accept that it needs to control the state and wield it, and doesn't need to do so unfairly, and I'm not even advocating that, but it needs to do what it needs to do. In terms of all the things that are going on, it needs to do what it needs to do, okay? And I've laid out many times what that is. Hunter Count says, when our site starts getting traction, how do we make sure that Nick Fuentes types don't compromise us by being too radical? Do we disassociate? No, do we disassociate from them or try to reel him back to moderation? I would definitely say the latter. That is my view. I would say that with the Nick Fuentes types, Nick Fuentes strikes me as someone who is rational. The problem is that he is bought into politics that cross the line into genuinely radical politics that are like ethno-nationalist politics that are not helpful, that are it's not just a matter of arguing morality. It's that they don't work, and I would say that they're not useful in many ways, because it is possible for us to retain what we have, to deal with the radicals that we have, and that if the opposite side is doing something immoral, which is what he would argue, we should not replicate that same behavior. Our side doing something that is arguably and demonstrably immoral is not something that is moral. We should not replicate it. We have to do what we have to do, but in terms of ideology, I don't think that we will win, because if ultimately we defeat them, and that is my view, that I think we will defeat them, I don't believe that we will be able to win permanently or on a long term if we simply replicate them. I would say that we need to be careful about that, and I would say that the problem with ethno-nationalism is how much it aligns to what they already advocate, and that no one is going to say that we should be discounting American heritage or that we need to be denigrating white people, and I think that we can have a positive message towards the issue of not being ashamed of being white, or being okay with being white, or having pride in your heritage, whether it's English or Irish or whatever. Fine. But, it depends on your actions, really. Rhetoric is different from actions, and if it gets to actions, maybe then we have a problem, because I think we have enough pride parades and whatnot that we should have an American pride parade and fuck all the others. But my consideration of somebody like Nick Fuentes isn't that he is a bad guy or is dumb or anything like that. He strikes me as someone who is clear-headed, rational, intelligent, but he has bought into some bad ideas that I think that leads him down the path of believing in something that is erroneous. That he is, it's not that I would say that to answer your question, I think that we should try to get this guy on the right track in, at least at the minimum, considering what we have to say and continuing to moderate his opinions and hoping that that will translate into then him reflecting on his beliefs and maybe changing some of his beliefs so that he can still retain his beliefs on American heritage and, identity, which I don't think that he's necessarily wrong about it as a concept, but that it needs to tie into a general American identity, and that balkanization, separation, things such as that are an erroneous idea and that we should not pursue it. That if push comes to shove of the question of who is or is not American, it's a simple question and it can be dealt with. And I find that balkanization is a defeatist attitude, and one that I don't think will ever it's short-term solution to a long-term loss, whereas the actual solution is America for Americans, and that anyone who is not an American we push out. and if we don't push out, we revoke their citizenship. It's easier than people think. They've done it in the UK already. They've opened the door. The UK opened the door for us for whatever it would be, citizenship revocation, whatever it's called specifically. But it is basically us, through multiple measures, revoking the right for people to be here and sending them somewhere else. It's basically exiling people. That is basically what we would do. I would find that to be a far, far more palatable solution than any of the thing that Nick hints at. I find some of his thoughts and the implication of some of his, things he's talked about to be immoral, but at the same time, I find them to be erroneous. I don't think that they are a good idea because I don't think they will work. So somebody like Nick Fuentes, I think that we should try to keep him moderating his comments, keep him focused on our unified opponents. There's one exception I would say to that, and that's Jews. I'm not really on board with going after the Jews. I don't find that to be necessary, really. But that's one of those things where I would say that we're all universally against the press. We're against the mainstream press. We can go after certain people, the pedos in Hollywood and the rest of it. Disproportionately, that's going to affect a certain demographic. So why don't we focus on common goals and common enemies rather than make it specific to certain identities that don't help us? Because, in fact, there are right-wing Jews that are on our side, that are financing us and on our side, and our safe votes and all this. And it's all over the place, all over New York, all over Florida. There are right-wing Jews that are on our side that aren't aligned with us entirely on every absolute thing. But if we get these people on our side sticking a moratorium on immigration, which I've seen people that are on our side in that way, that are Jewish, do we really, really want to just say fuck them? I don't think so. Sometimes we have to basically, people that have a problem with certain identity groups and other groups, they basically have to accept that, you fight with the army you got to achieve greater goals. And maybe it's more important to let go of the issue around Jews. Maybe it's better to let go of that for the time being and pursue a nationalist agenda, in that ultimately the end goal is the same, where we stop sending billions and billions of dollars to Israel, not because of Jews, but because of, well, how about we just use that money here for Americans? Or, more of a libertarian argument, stop sending this money overseas, balance the budget, or something more like that. Many arguments to achieve the same goal, but don't require identity-based arguments that could be, in fact, unfair for people that are on our side. Not everyone, obviously. I doubt Ben Shapiro is going to be standing up saying cut off those payments, so I'm not delusional, but I know that there are common goals that we can achieve with the people that we got now. Let's see here. Hopefully that answers your question. Glowy says, South could have won the Civil War after the first battle that the South built. South bulldozed, I think you meant to say, the Union Army, that there was no opposition left in the way, but the Southern leaders didn't want to invade. I'll take your word for it. It's been a while since I've studied this Civil War. And Destin says, conservatism is also mainly about restraint, moralism, and order, so many forgot that compassion can be used for ill. Well, I would definitely agree with that shit. And cannot uphold the framework of these values. It requires the force of culture, infrastructure, and the state to keep it in line. Yeah, into line. Yeah, I agree there, Destin. I would say that I don't identify with compassionate conservatism. I fundamentally don't understand it. I don't see it as like, I understand why people engage in that way, but I fundamentally disagree with it on both philosophical and ideological fashion. Like, I just disagree with it entirely. I don't think it helps us. I find it too conciliatory. I find it weak itself, and I find it basically emboldens how do you say the word? Perez is Perez. It has to do with parasites, but I'm trying to remember how you say it. Let's see if I can get a
Parasitism.
Parasitism?
Parasitism.
Parasitism. I don't say this word very often.
Parasitism.
Parasitism, I guess is how you say it. Parasitism. But I would say that is one of my arguments regarding compassionate conservatism, is that it's really no different than basically social liberalism. Like, it's just overly indulgent towards the weak. And, you know, it seems like on board with, like, welfare and whatnot, just maybe in a different form. So it's not really my scene. But yeah, good comment here by Destin. Cheese says the civil rights movement was an utter failure, and we need to reverse in is it revise? We need to reverse it entirely. It damaged black people so badly. Freedom of association was utterly destroyed by the so-called civil rights movement. Well, I agree with that. I do agree that freedom of association has been pulverized, and a lot of that is through civil rights legislation. I do agree with that. Overturn Civil Rights Act now and Brow v. Board of Education. I would have to look that up because I honestly can't remember it. But I know that I recognize that case. But I would say that I think that we should get rid of all the shit in the government that discriminates either way. That's favorable discrimination, so like positive discrimination, and then active discrimination in the state. That all of that should be done away with. I think that private business owners should be allowed to discriminate for whatever reason they want to. It's their business, their property. They should have every right to discriminate. Because the fact is that right-wingers today are being discriminated. Like, you know, I'm not going to get hired by Google. I'm not going to get hired by most corporations if they find anything that I've put online. You know? That is active discrimination. So that is allowed to just exist. But the problem is that if you're left-wing or you're gay or you're whatever, then you can sue. You know, go through EEOC and cash in. But if you're right-wing in any way, you can discriminate against anyone who's on the right, whether they be the most limp-dick conservative all the way to a Nazi. You have every ability in the world to discriminate against them if you are an employer or the government or anybody, a corporation, anybody. So freedom of association exists if you want to discriminate against the right wing, but it doesn't exist for any other group, you know. Then you can't discriminate. So yeah, I would agree, just for the sake of my my ideological position, that I think, you know, freedom of association trumps discrimination existing. That it exists anyway. It exists in our society anyway. So why not just let it happen legally anyways? Because it's gonna happen, you know. No one's obeying the rules. Colleges are disobeying the rules. Every corporation is disobeying the rules. You know, they're allowed to do it. But, you know, when it comes to black people or gay people or anybody else, like, it's basically a cardinal sin. And any company that it does anything like it, even if they're just accused to it, may as well sell for a couple $1 million and go for the full process and get, bilked out for $100 million. But yeah, I generally agree with what you have to say there. I do agree, though, that civil rights movement culturally was a total failure. I agree with you there. The intention totally blew up, and it I don't know why, like, Black History Month, Martin Luther King Day, it's just a total fucking joke. It really is. None of what they advocated happened. It's just a total fucking joke. All it did was, like, set the fucking the slate for there to be anti-white discrimination in the United States, which I think now is occurring. I think it's you can feel free to discriminate against whites, you know, and nothing happens. So I would say that set that fucking precedent, that it was the beginning, that, you know, so-called civil rights just wound up with Well, now it's our turn. Now it's our turn to discriminate against whites and attack whites and hurt whites, and people are going to look the other way. So, yeah, I generally agree that the civil rights movement was a fucking disaster for this country. But leave it to the boomers to buy into the bullshit lock, stock, and barrel. You can only blame the boomers. They're the only ones that really completely bought into it. You know, I talked to my parents about the civil rights movement, and they think I'm fucking crazy. Yes, culture, Arden of Lady Columbia says, yes, culture has stagnated, but the issue is the internet has individualized the media we consume, both for escapism and entertainment. It's not like the 90s when record companies kicked out metal with grunge, or shows like MASH with its family show. I'm not really sure, because there was individualized media in those decades as well. Because while people, like certain people were dancing to disco in the late 70s, early 80s, like my father was listening to like Black Sabbath and shit. And my mother was listening to like soft rock bands like the Eagles in the 80s and shit, or Joe Walsh or whatever else. Like, you know, like there's always been a separation in terms of what, like, even like whether it was like rock in the 50s versus big band in the 50s versus like pop big band like Sinatra in the 50s. So there's always been a variety of different movies, music, genres, interests. Like, that has always existed. The problem is now is that everything is shit. Everything is from the same corporations, and it's all regurgitating the same crap. Even, like, country and shit is doing this now. So it's, like, everything. And that's the problem, is no one's willing to take any risks, you know, and any people that do, they're getting banned off of platforms. And people are deathly afraid to engage with what is like the fringe, or what would it be? The underground, or whatever you want to call it. I'm not sure what I would want to call it, but, you know, whatever the niche thing is at the time, like what punk was, you know, it's a subgenre, you know, it's niche that becomes cool later on and creates posers later on. Like, unfortunately now it's so tyrannical that it's really difficult to really have subgenres despite the internet, you know. It's because you just get banned off of everything now. Look at Filthy Frank did a song for his Pink album called White is Right, which was a satirical album mocking like white supremacism. Like, it was ironic white supremacism that featured some like faggy, effeminate frat kid and a retarded redneck. It got banned off of YouTube. It got censored off of YouTube and off of Apple. It got censored off of multiple platforms when it was a satire song. So that is where we are now, where a satire song making fun of like white pride or white supremacism, where it's an ironic song, like it's a comedic song, that's now getting banned off of everything. You can't even listen to it now. And what's his name, Joji, formerly known as Filthy Frank, basically got bored and hated what he was doing, and it was getting difficult as well, and so he bounced out and started doing like other music. So, you know, now you lost that guy, and what can I say? I doubt what he's doing now is breaking the mold. I doubt it is. So that's the status quo. I disagree with individualized in the media. I disagree. That's always existed. Thug Life Bear, whilst you're reading chats, House of Cards is pure Democrat propaganda. Yeah, tell me about it. The show is pushed Russia as a credible threat to the United States, pretended Putin was unpopular with his own people, showed China as capable of winning an energy war, and made the journals the heroes. Yeah, I agree, dude. It's basically, you know, wank fodder for Democrats, but it also what it does is it tilts their hand and shows you political realism. That's one of the most featured aspects of House of Cards is political realism. That's what it hits you with, pounds you with. Like that's what's his name? Kevin Spacey. Typed it in, but I caught myself. Kevin Spacey's entire character is that of like a Democrat politician who is a full-blown like sociopathic or psychopathic political realist. Like that to me is a feature of the show. Is it tips the hands to the Democrats because there are a lot of Democrats. There are a lot of politicians that are like that. But the thing that is different is the show's politics don't actually align with political reality in where he goes after, I think, Social Security or something like that. That is, like, it's total fucking fiction in that show. It's ridiculous what he does in the show. That it would work. But it shows you what an aspect of political realism, of, like, maneuvering in politics. Like, that's what I appreciate about it. Because that's real. It's just most politicians are not very competent at it. But yeah, good chat there, Thug Life Bear. Cato says, sorry, had to cut down a bit. It's Thomas Jefferson's Notes on Virginia. He's weighing the positive effect of population increases back then to negative effects of non-harmonious culture. 200 years still arguing about it. Yeah, I mean, what can I tell you? Unfortunately, the mistake they made was not setting enough rules back then to, rules that they could stick by that were more universal, that could be better understood in principle, so that way they weren't catapulted so easily. It seems like the United States went through a whole hell of a lot of corruption through the 1800s, up until the 1900s. Like, there was an unbelievable amount of corruption in the late 18 and early 1900s. And it seems like that was one of the things that basically changed, was that industrialization in the United States. It's like, well, we need to bring all these people in because we need cheap labor and expendable labor to get ourselves going because we want to be a superpower. But the problem is that the aristocracy that existed then, like the old money that existed, basically thought that they would always exist in that position, and that the plebeians of Irish and all that wouldn't rise to power. And they must have been out of their fucking minds, because it took one generation. It literally took one generation before, like I said, Supreme Court, Congress, Senate, or House, Senate, White House. One generation, and you had Irish Catholics fucking everywhere. And Italians everywhere. They must have been out of their fucking minds. But the problem is that, like, that happened, and then they never learned from it. Like, they took the opposite. They survived what was unbelievable tumultuous change. And they learned the opposite lesson. Like, the boomers think, oh, that means because this happened, we could always do it. And it's like, are you fucking retards crazy? Like, it radically changed our society, and you don't even realize it. It's like I said, like, I said this on Twitter, I think, or in a stream, that, like, my grandmother, my grandfather, and my mother all really, really supported JFK, John F. Kennedy, for no other reason than he was Irish and Catholic. That my parents, one of my parents and my grandparents on my mother's side really loved JFK. Not because of this policy, that policy, this thing, that thing. It was because, oh, he's Irish Catholic. That's why we voted for him and we love him. And it's like, that is like religious and race-based fucking identity politics. And they don't even realize it. Like, my parents are, like, delusional. Like, the boomers are delusional about race and about identity. Like, they would say, like, well, I'm not a racist. And it's like, yeah, but you think that JFK was a good president for no other reason than he's Catholic and he's Irish. And so are you. What is that? That's faith-based identity. That is race-based identity. Like, you're limiting it. You're limiting it down to literally your ethnicity, to being Irish. What is that other than race-based politics? It's not even the fact that he's white. It's not even that common. Come on. But the boomers, unfortunately, man, they drunk the Kool-Aid a long time ago, and outside of a small portion, they are fucking blue-pilled as fuck. People want to talk about millennials. We're all fucked up. But the boomers, man, they are the blue-pilled generation, man. They bought into everything, and they're just gone. We got Team Red boomers, and that is it. We're like, shifting the team blue boomers to our side is basically fucking impossible. We have a better chance with the fucking millennials than we do with the boomers, man. They are irrational. Let's see, where was I? Was that it? Is that it for Super Chats? No, it's not. Gettr says, I disagree on point 1. If we were in a Kent State type scenario on video, the fallout would be George Floyd times 10. Oh, dude, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Nah. Likewise, if Verizon Comcast one day cuts 20% of the country's internet over hate speech, pro-insurrection stuff, well, I would say, like, that's not 1, that's 3. That was your third point, but nice try. That was like some Mott and Bailey shit right there. Not trying to accuse you, but some Mott and Bailey shit right there. I agree with the latter, but I disagree with the former. I don't agree. I do not agree. Kent State is more aligned to what I was saying, which were soldiers, if I remember right. I think it was 4 people that were shot, if I remember correctly. I'd have to go look it up. But I would say that it wouldn't drive us. Your position is boog. Like your thing is like basically no political solution. Even if we had something where people were shot, I disagree. We had somebody shot. We had Anna Abbott or whatever her name is, Kelsey Abbott, whatever her name is, from the Capitol. She got shot and fuck all happened. You're wrong. I'm not trying to make light of her being killed, but I am saying that happened. You had some girl get shot in the head by a fucking, a shitty cop. A cop that saw somebody coming at them and just shot him in the fucking head and nearly winged 2 of his other officers and whoever else was around that protester. To me, that was a bad shoot. That guy should have been arrested. That's probably manslaughter or some other kind of charge. But he's not going to face shit. And that is the way it is. And I don't see people going flipping out, burning out places or any shit like that. So you're just wrong, man. I'm not saying that after a series of those things occurring that we couldn't get to that point. That was my point. But one event turning to full fucking no political solution shit for the whole base, nah, you're wrong. You're just wrong. Dr. Sarcasm says, forgive me, Pastor, for it has been 3 weeks since I have tithed. My daughter recently passed. And although I know that I will see her... Are you fucking serious about this, dude? Or are you fucking around? My daughter recently passed, and although I know that I will see her in glory when it is time, I miss her deeply, and wish I'd have more time with her. No parent should have to bury their child. Are you fucking serious about that, dude? That's your amount is $650, so this kind of comes across as a joke. But that's really fucked up, and I'm sorry if that's actually true. My condolences if that is actually true. That's pretty fucked up. I wish you well, and I hope that if you're married and that there's always another chance at it. I wouldn't give up past that because I've known a couple people, including people in my family, that have lost children at a young age through like horrible tragedies. And I don't just mean like, they died of a disease, they had cancer, or something such as that. I mean like legit, like they were killed. And really traumatic shit like that that's hard to get over. I have a family member where that happened, where their kid was killed. And it took them a few years them and their wife basically took a few years for them to get over the trauma, but they had another kid and they've been good ever since. They basically put their life back together and everything's fine, and they got their new kid and they're working on that. I mean, obviously they probably still mourn the child they lost, but I would say that if you can, try to begin again once you have gotten past, the loss of the child that you just did lose. It'll take time, and I'm not here to set the time, but if need to, you got to basically handle that kind of situation, whatever it takes to kind of get past it. Speak to a professional, grieve, and that sort of thing. That's pretty much the healthy thing to do. But the limited experiences that I've had with loss in my life is obviously nothing this traumatic, but for what I've had that has been similar to close people that I've lost, and there has been more than one, but to the people that I have lost, it's always remembering that they would want you to live a decent life. If you cared about them and they cared about you, they would want you to continue living a good life. They wouldn't want you to fall apart, be depressed, and all the things, become addicted to something, and all the things that, the tailspin you can go down after a serious loss. That, your loved ones would want you to live a good life. And once you finish grieving, take solace in the fact that that is just a fact. When people care about you, they want you to be fulfilled. They want you to live a good life. And to not allow that loss to weigh you down like an anchor. Grieving process is different for people, but I'm serious about that. I reiterate that. Anyone who cares about you wants you to be happy, wants you to be fulfilled, and doesn't want you to spend the rest of your life suffering because of their loss. Nobody would ever want that for someone they love. So I will say that. And once again, my condolences to you for the loss of your loved one. It's very horrible to hear. Nya says, thanks for the sermons. Please continue until right-wing populism becomes a legal religion. Also, the right just refuses to aggress. I wouldn't merely defend the 6th. I'll say that the 6th didn't go far enough. Oh, you mean the January 6th? Well, I would say that there were elements of the 6th that I thought were good ideas, like the boomer who sat at Nancy Pelosi's desk. That was a good protest. Going onto the Capitol steps, that was a good protest. Even when they pushed past the police line. Not in every case, they were let past in certain cases, but some of the cases, or some of the places of the line, they pushed through, went to the steps of the Capitol. I thought that was fine. That's a protest. But breaking down doors and whatnot, I think there's ways to force your way into the building, because some people got let in by Republican sympathizers. I would say that's what they should have done. They should have coordinated to get let into the building and done a sit-in. I think that's what they have done. They scare out all the cocksucker politicians, and they literally just sit down in either, the House, floor of the House, or, the Senate chambers, whichever one, and just do a sit-in. Just sit down and block the vote. That's what they should have done. They should have forced the police to carry them out. I think that would have been very symbolic and also effective, and it would have made their point. And they couldn't call it an insurrection. And the thing is, too, the left wing still would have freaked out, but it would have given the right an easy means by which to say, oh, this is just like the civil rights movement. Oh, they were peaceful. This wasn't an insurrection. This is them trying to stand up for the rights. And that, I think, could have been far more palatable to what we wanted for that instance. That said, to the violent impetus that you are implying here, or maybe even directly saying, I would say that there are grounds for the use of force, but when you do it, it must be very, very tactical. Because if you look at the left wing, outside of BLM, but Antifa and parts of Black Lives Matter are very, very particular about use of force. So I would say that I would caution against that, because it's a lot easier to be effective nonviolently than it is to be effective violently. We don't have the state on our side. We don't have the media on our side, and a variety of other things. So when you engage in violence, you definitely have to be very tactical in the way that you do it. I'm not telling you specifically not to, because if some fucking leftoid faggot literally comes up to you and is, threatening your life or engaging in violence against you in some way, your response should be proportional. It shouldn't be to be a pussy. It shouldn't be to get into a fetal position. It shouldn't be to run away. I'm not telling you to be a pussy or to run away or stick your chin up or anything else. I'm saying that if somebody comes up and they're making motions to deck you or spray you or, pull a trigger on something until you then be proportional to that. And if I'm on a jury, I'm voting innocent. You know, that's my verdict. I'm voting innocent. And that's one of the things we kind of have to agree with, is certain things might go down where certain things happen. Like in the case of that guy, the kid from what was it? Man, what's the name of that kid? I forget the name of the kid. It was in Kenosha. What's the name of this fucking guy? Oh my god. Well, the guy from Kenosha, I forget his fucking name, but fucking Google's being stupid. Rittenhouse, Kyle Rittenhouse. So, in the case of Kyle Rittenhouse, that was violent. And it was obviously defensive, and so people are going to make that argument. But my point is that in the case of Kyle Rittenhouse, if it went to a jury, I'm voting innocent. And that is the thing that we need to discuss. It isn't just, well, running away, defense, the Second Amendment. It is, if you are right-wing and you are on this jury, you should be voting innocent. Because if I'm on a jury, and the person is somebody who is like Kyle Rittenhouse, where a bunch of leftoids, a bunch of literal pedophiles are chasing him around trying to kill him, and he kills them in defense, or just kills them, whatever. You know, they come up to him trying to shoot him, and he just blows them away, and I'm on that jury, I am voting innocent. I am voting innocent. So that should be our mantra of, in a Kyle Rittenhouse situation, it isn't, Second Amendment, and blah, 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 blah. It is, I am voting innocent. I am voting innocent. He is innocent. I am voting innocent. Because the fear is, and what his lawyers are telling Kyle Rittenhouse is, plead out, plead out, plead out. I had this whole conversation with Nick Rekieta, and he agreed that a lot of lawyers will just tell you, plead out, 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 plead out. And the answer is, no, you don't plead out, go to jury, and I'm voting fucking innocent. We need to be voting innocent. You know, if I'm on that jury and Kyle Rittenhouse is there, I'm voting innocent. Innocent. He is innocent. Let that man go. Let him go. If the glove does not fit, you must acquit. He is innocent. And that is important. It is important to say something like that more than it just is, the fucking Steven Crowder arguments of literally 1,000 fucking arguments under the sun to defend this guy, outside of the fact of, he was being violently attacked by a bunch of literal degenerates. Fuck them. Their lives don't matter. How about that? I don't hear that. That's what I'm saying. Their lives don't matter. Kyle's did. I'm voting innocent. So, yeah. I think there's another dynamic that we need to talk about. But when it comes to violence, like I said, it's got to be tactical. We don't want to take an L when we could take a W, all right, bro? There is room for it because it's necessary in society generally. But in terms of advocacy or activism, nonviolent works the best. But sometimes if somebody starts fucking with you in a serious way, I'm not telling you to back off, all right? And I wouldn't either. If I go to some event, and I feared this. When I was at the Sargon event in Philadelphia, Antifa was there, but we had a fucking army of cops. So they couldn't get anywhere near us. But if I was, having a conversation, hanging around Dank or hanging around Carl, and these fucking Antifa faggots were coming up to try to, dump some milkshake on him, or because that was what was going on then, or physically attack one of us, there's Dank, he's a Nazi, I'm going to physically attack. I know this about Dank, you can tell how he fucking carries himself just in real life, being he was a bodyguard and shit. Dank's not going to take no shit, and I hope that neither would Sargon. I don't think he would if pushed. But, if I was there or they were there and I saw people getting attacked, man, I'm going in. I'm going in swinging. I don't give a shit. And I'm not one of these fair-minded people. Somebody like Dank, strikes me as one of these kind of fair-minded people. He strikes me as an actual, a good person. Despite the tattoos and all that, of the memes and that, He strikes me as one of those guys where he's like, no, I'm going to get into a fair fight. I might kick your ass, but I'm going to get into a fair fight. I'm the guy like fucking, who is it? It's not Christopher. Oh God, who is it? Paulie. I'm like Paulie in The Sopranos. I'm waiting for you to turn your back. I'm going to whip a brick at the back of your fucking head. I don't give a shit about winning in a fair fight. I'm an unfair fighter. All I care about is winning that fight because I'm not a good fighter. So when you're not a good fighter, you know, with Dankula, he can square off and I'm sure he can carry himself because like you say, he does carry himself like he can win a fight. But with me, I don't know if I can win a fucking fight. So when it comes to me, when I'm there, you better be careful. Because I might look at it, well, all right, maybe I do 6 months. Maybe I do 3 months. Maybe I get probation because I have no other violent charges against me. But you might be taking a brick to the head. Because if you come at me and I'm like, oh shit, I don't know what he's got on him. I don't know what he's going to do. He might stab me. I'm not getting stabbed. I'm not getting punched. I'm not losing any teeth. I'm not losing one of my eyes. I'm not getting knocked unconscious or getting a concussion. You know, I'm going to fight fucking dirty. And better not turn your fucking back, boy. Because you're going to get it. It's going to be like Paulie in that episode of The Sopranos when it came to, they go to a restaurant and Paulie leaves like a low tip and the waiter challenges him and tells him to go fuck himself. So Paulie takes a brick and whips into the guy's, back of the guy's head. That's me. That's me. All right. So when it comes to being IRL events, you might have some people there that are ready to square off in a fair fight. But that ain't me, baby. That ain't me. I'm not interested in a fair fight. You step up to me, you better be careful because I'm very unpredictable. Outside of the fact that if you expect me to fight you fairly, that's the thing that you shouldn't expect of me. It's not that I'm not willing to fight. It's that I'm not willing to fight you fairly. That's the distinction. Yeah, I see people in the chat memeing it up about that. And it's just the way she goes, boys. It's just the way she goes. It's not about, you know, your nobility or your honor. It is simply about winning the fight. Because my expectations of the other person coming up to me, not only is that they're willing to play as unfairly, but also that they're willing to do me permanent harm. Like, I don't know what their intentions are. And a lot of these fucking Antifa guys, man, they get caught with all kinds of shit like knives and shit. And you can die very easily by being cut. You can die very easily by getting hit in the back of the head and all sorts of other shit. You know, I'm not advocating violence because I wouldn't, because it's immoral. But our other side, they're on that side. Like, that's their beliefs, is that violence is good. It's good to be violent towards our political enemies, and that's me. You know, I'm the political enemy to be violent towards. So it's like, well, I don't know what you got on you. I don't know if you're going to pepper spray me or spray me with, like, fucking acid or spray me with liquid concrete or hit me with, what is it? They had in the Hitman movie that I saw. The Iceman. Whatever it was, where it was like some kind of chemical, you know, some kind of poison that he would spray on people to kill them. Whatever that is. How do I know that you're not a chemist? You don't have access to that. I used to have like barrels of that shit when I worked at a factory. I forget what it's called. Cyanide or something. I don't remember what it is. But it's used for industrial shit. And I worked at a factory as a guard. And there was barrels of that shit. You know, all you need is like, you know, a spray bottle filled with that shit. And you can kill somebody. So, yeah, you know, you never know what these people got. So, my thing is that, like, I would just be like, you know, I'm not risking dying over this shit, and I don't know what your intentions are, so you might be getting a fucking, a boot to the dick, you might be getting, like, a fucking brick to the brain, you might be getting something, but, it just depends on what's going on, where we are, and what I have at my disposal. It's not hydrochloric acid. It's a poison. Hydrochloric acid is an acid. It's a poison. But it's also used in industry. I don't know what it is. It's been a while since I worked there. Jesus Christ. I'm like losing my place. We're going to have to wrap this up, guys. I appreciate the super chats. I really do, but I'm seriously getting hungry. Destin says, conservatism through strength is the future. Every team-red Republican wants their strong man, and they will support an apparatus that works around them. They want people to go on the offensive, and the right needs to form a non-neocon narrative wall. I absolutely, very well said, Destin. Completely agree. And then I skipped his by mistake. I said Cato's. Actually, no, I didn't skip it. I don't know where I read that. Was that Nye? Yeah, that was Nye. Sorry. I'm kind of all over the place. The right will not survive if they get us to react violently, says Cato. They would love us to. They would love to be able to wake all of us. I absolutely agree with that. The FBI is totally on their side, guys. What they don't want us is to engage in the same tactics that they began with. A constant peaceful activism while slowly taking over the institutions. Absolutely. And I would say that we don't even have to take as long as they did. It took them like whatever 40 years, I guess you could say. I don't think it would take us anywhere near as long. I think we could be extremely effective if we do so, and it would just be mainly politically. Obviously, we've got to have cultural things like, having our own fundraisers and our own platforms and our own movies and our own music and all that. Yeah, we got to do all that. Our own shows and our own entertainment. Yeah. But politics is where it really matters. We got to get control of the apparatus. That's what really matters. Like, that is our number one. Getting control of the apparatus. First the party, then the state. That is our number one. And engaging in violence and any shit like that, we are going to get fucking Waco'd. And there's more than one example that someone can show you of Waco. And the fact is, like I said, the ATF, FBI, all these alphabet soup agencies are not on our fucking side, man. They're actively trying to corner us and get us fucking prosecuted or killed. So we can't be doing stupid shit like that. The Geth is next. The Geth says, attacking someone on the street isn't fair. You don't owe somebody an honorable duel when they attack you. Also, to the Kyle Rittenhouse point, right-wingers need to stop surrendering to police after self-defense. Make them work for the arrest, like Antifa does. I don't know. I would say in that Kyle Rittenhouse situation, no, I disagree. He should have he went to police to surrender himself, but also for protection. He was running towards them for protection and to surrender himself for the shooting. But it's only I would say that it's only with the example of showing his innocence, that he's not a gunman, he's not a mass shooter. I don't know if I agree with that position, Geth. Because you need to show everyone that despite the media bullshit that he wasn't a mass shooter, and him, resigning himself and the police driving by him and all that, it creates the ground for us to say he wasn't a mass shooter, he shot people that were attacking him, that were trying to murder him, he was defending himself, he is the moral actor, they were pedophiles and criminals and terrorists, fuck the people he killed, they deserve to die, he defended himself. It allows us to make a strong moral case for this guy. And that includes him trying to surrender, because you can show this guy isn't a mass shooter. He's running to police. He's trying to help. He's trying to get to police. He just killed the guy. He's trying to get to police. To me, the guy did what was right. And if you want to say tactically elsewhere, maybe you'd have a point. But in the Kyle Rittenhouse case, I just think you're wrong. I think he did the right thing, that he did what he needed to do in that situation, and I don't criticize him. When the cops are right in front of you and you have a long gun, I would put my hands up too, because I don't want to get shot. For all of the cops knew, they got a phone call that there was a mass shooting going on. He killed 3 people, or shot and killed 2 and blown the arm off of 1 guy. For all he knew, the police were about to drop his ass. So I disagree, man. But that is it for the Super Chats. I'll once again ask you guys listening to this to like this video. Pound the like button on this fucking video, guys. Because I want to get this video over 1,000. I don't know where we are now. I'll check that off screen to see. But I kind of doubt we're at 1,000, but let's see. Nope, 500, man. 500. That is disappointing. Disappointing. Man, this is even worse than the last stream. Let's go. Let's go, people. Like this fucking video. There are 660 people listening to this right now. I want to see 660 at least likes on this fucking video. Let's get those likes up. Like this motherfucking cocksucking video. Alright? Anytime I get over 1,000, it immensely helps my channel. And that's the only reason I fucking ask it. Is to help this channel out. Alright? It's not for my ego or for anybody else's. It's to get this channel going and to help my fucking channel. You know, it's what I need. Because if I don't do it, people don't see my shit. Alright. Alright. But if that's it, if you have any last minute super chats, send them in real quick. Because I'm confident I want to go out and eat something. I'm just debating on what I want to eat. Let me double check to see if my local pizza shop is closed, because it's 9:25 now. Ooh, yeah, they close at midnight. Fuck yeah. Let me check if I got any cash. What do I got? What do we got? What do we got? I got a bunch of big bills, but I don't want that. Oh, man, am I going to have to give, like, a $5 tip? Well, I don't know. That might be a bad idea, because it's late at night. I'll have to give a $5 tip because I don't have enough ones. I mean, I guess I could play it risky and hope that, that the meal totals out to, like, I don't know. Then I'll have to order a lot. I don't know. I'll have to. Maybe I'll call up and see. I don't know. I don't really want to eat a lot. I am hungry, but I don't really want to. Because if I order something from a pizzeria, I'm gonna order like a big meal to make it worth the delivery. I don't really want to pick it up at. Well, maybe I'll pick it up. I don't know. Maybe that's a better idea. I'll order it and go pick it up. Because I don't really want to deliver it and worry about the tip. Because I usually try to give a $4 tip. That's usually what I tip for. Because I order like a $12 meal. You know, right around there, and I pay with a $4 tip. Sometimes though, if the last time I had a meal there and it was like really, really fucking good, and that happened at the place that in my area is now closed, unfortunately. There's a few times I ordered like a hamburger from there, or like maybe like a cheeseburger, and one other thing. What else did I have there? I ordered something else from there. It was like a pasta or something like that, and it was like really, really fucking good. And so the next time I called there, which was like 2 days later, this was during last summer. I ordered there all the time over the summer because I would like sit outside and eat, and it was great. I basically gave the guy like a $6 tip for like a $10 meal, and he's like, "What's this for?" And I was like, "Because the last thing I ordered there was like really fucking good." So compliments to the chef, I guess. He's like, "Oh, yeah, it's the same person. I'll let them know." And I was like, "All right, thanks." So I was like one of their best customers because I tipped well. Fucking $6 tip on like a $10 meal. Come on. I don't even know what the fuck that is proportionally. I guess like 60%. But, it was worth it just because they actually, I don't have any leftovers. I don't have any leftovers, and I really don't like leftovers. I'm really finicky. I really am finicky about leftovers. I don't think I'd eat it. I think I'd just leave it there and throw it out. Okay, yeah, it looks like I think we got something else. So if you have anything left to say, let me know. Because I think we got 2 more. Morphbox says, assuming we get control of the state, we must hold these traitors on trial, and they should be punished for calling their sympathetic morons to attack anyone to the right of Mao. Exile is too good for them. Well, I think Morphbox, you fundamentally misunderstand my point. It's not really about that. Like, I think you're attempting to come from it from the perspective of like, I guess, like, honor or, like, presentation, maybe. To me, it doesn't really matter. It's just a matter of, you're talking about two different things. Like, in terms of, like, corrupt politicians that did bad things, or organizers or activists or whatever, like, I don't really care about them. You know, getting them out of power is the only thing that matters. Sending them to jail or giving them trials, or, like, that sounds like some, Team Red boomer shit. That is immaterial. All that matters is power. If they are dispossessed of power, they no longer matter. Whether they exist or not is just all that matters. And what they can do with their existence is what matters. What I'm saying is, the people who are in power, who are operating against us, we should dispossess of power. After that point, it's a question of what they're willing to do. But the other thing is, in terms of exile, those are the people, like, basically the crazy black people. Those are the best example. The black identitarians that want to, like, create a black ethno-state, who do exist. But the people who, like, the black people that want to create their own ethno-state, those are the people I'm saying we should exile. I'm not necessarily saying we shouldn't do that against the people we are dispossessing of power, but it's ultimately up to them what they can accept. They can take the L, or we force them out. That's pretty much, it's up to them. It's their choice. But I'm talking about the crazy black people and a few other groups. Puerto Ricans, crazy blacks, Mexicans, you just keep going. You know, Indians. There are people that operate against us, that are working in ways that harm us in terms of our political strength and the strength of a united America. You know, having a unified culture and a unified society, basically civil harmony. There are people that are acting against us that we can't really tolerate. And basically what we have to do is, in case of Puerto Rico, it's simple. We just basically give them independence and say, well, there's no such thing as a Puerto Rican American. You're either Puerto Rican or you're American. And pretty much it's going to be up to what we can get away with. But the hope is most Puerto Ricans go back to Puerto Rico until they realize, oh shit, we don't have an economy. We're now a third world shithole. And then by then it'll be too late. We'll have revoked their citizenship and it'll be a dead issue. You know, it'll be done. We'll no longer have to worry about it. It's not going to be a state or blah, 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 blah. We don't have to worry about it. But in terms of the blacks, it's simple. I've already figured that out. It's just a matter of you basically create a condition by which that during sentencing, people have the choice, and you'll have to negotiate this with Liberia, which is, for those that don't know, it is a small African nation. It's West African. It's right by Sierra Leone. It is basically a colony that was created from the United States after the Civil War by black people and only for black people, like black Americans. So if you are a white American or anybody else, you can't go live in Liberia. In order to get citizenship, which is fairly easy to get as far as I understand, in order to get citizenship in Liberia, you have to be a black American. So what we do is we pay off Liberia, like let's say $10,000 a head, to just take black people. And we change the sentencing laws so that when black people get sentenced for a felony, they have a choice. You can do 10 years in prison, or you can go to Liberia and renounce your American citizenship. That's two birds with one stone. Because it tends to be that the more criminal people are, the more radical they tend to be. A lot of the people that are crazy, radical, fucking lunatic, separatist blacks are also criminal pieces of shit. So that's all that needs to happen. 650 continues, or 1357, I think it is now. 1357 occurs. We change the sentencing laws. We pay Liberia to take these people. They either have a choice of accepting a felony charge, going 10 years or so in prison, or leaving America, going to Liberia. It's win-win. They get their Wakanda, and we no longer have 1357 anymore. 1357 goes away just by the fact that the grillers will stay and the criminals will go. All the black people that just do nothing, that are just standard Americans, they get to stay, and all the degenerate black people, the 1357, they go. And I think that people fail to understand, and I talked this about Sargon, and he laughs at it, but he doesn't really get it. He doesn't really, buy into it. It's the Tarkin doctrine. Fear carries a lot of weight in society. It carries a lot of weight in politics. And if you are a minority who is basically in the position where your choices are going to prison for a great many years or basically being exiled from the nation, which ostensibly is what it's going to be. That's the whole point. We'll just make it whatever. Like, oh, this is a non-racist bill to promote Africanism and some shit. We'll come up with some bullshit reason to sell it, but once it's done, once it's in place, well, we'll have created an intense level of fear that not only is that possible, but we can keep going. And eventually, what'll happen is that enough of the people that sympathize with our opponents will drop their flag. They'll stop campaigning. They'll stop being part of our opposition out of fear for repercussions, that we're going to do something to them akin to that, where basically we can deport you from the country based on you doing something that's illegal, that we define what we will get to write what legal or illegal is. That's how this works. But it's two birds with one stone. It creates two things that are necessary for us to basically control things. And that's different from then, putting on trials or whatever else with politicians or whoever else. It's all immaterial. Them being dispossessed of power is all that matters. You don't need trials. You need boomer shit in Congress. You don't speeches. That's shit. None of that matters. All that matters is whether they are in power or out of power. It's a light switch. On, off. In power, out of power. That's all that matters. Anything else is just sophistry, pageantry, nonsense. Yep, exactly. Turbo Donk in the chat said it. Grillers get to grill, joggers get to jog out of here. That's my position. And I think that, I think you will see a positive effect from what I'm saying. Not just like in the, oh, well, I'm a racist white person and this is what I think, because I want a whiter country. Like, even if, that's why you agree with me, because you think that's what the outcome is going to be, I think it is going to be structure that is introduced to where we will have more grillers as a direct result of that policy. I think my policy will result in more grillers than joggers getting, deported. Obviously, there will be joggers getting exported, deported from this country. I mean, that's the point, in part. But I think that it will have a positive effect where you will have more black people that will appreciate being here, and they will distinguish themselves from the people that have sullied themselves to such an extent that they have basically accepted being, they've accepted exile over going to prison for a crime. I think that will have a positive effect to it, because it's like, well, this guy couldn't even do 5 years. He couldn't even do 10 years. I did 15 years in prison, and I consider myself an American. This fucking guy, he couldn't do 5 years, so he decided to exile himself. I think it'll have a positive effect to it that'll help us. And I think there's another tweet. Let's see here. No, give them a lottery to a random African nation. That is a dumb thing. We already have a direct connection to Liberia. We have a direct connection to a literal fucking ethno-state in Africa that exists because we helped create it after the Civil War, where admission is extremely loose based on African identity and American identity. You couldn't find a more perfect example for that. You could not create a more perfect example than what already exists, so go with what exists. It seems like people in the chat are, some of you are having some mental difficulties. So I will explain this one last time before we continue on with the next super chat. My point is not that we're going to stick black people in prison for 15 years arbitrarily. I don't know how you got that out of what I was saying. I'm saying when black people commit crime, we give them the choice during sentencing for a crime they have been convicted of or have pleaded out to. Their choice is between leaving the country, accepting citizenship in Liberia, and, renouncing their citizenship to the United States, or losing it, however we do it, whatever's written in law, or going to prison for the crime that they have been convicted for because they committed it. What I'm saying here is not difficult. Whether you agree or disagree, whatever. But I don't understand how some of you are finding this difficult to fucking understand. Naya says, to clarify, I don't mean people should go further. I mean the rhetoric should go further. None of this childish shit like, well, you got to protest all summer. More like, I can't say that. You fortified an election, you get what you deserve. Like, dude, I don't know what to tell you. I can't even say that on this platform. What you just said here is a quote. I can't say that on this platform. I don't know what you want me to do here. Like, you basically got to recognize the position that we're in, that we have to be clever, we have to be strategic, we have to be tactical, we have to be smart about what we're doing, because unfortunately we're still playing the game of the left to some degree, because if we don't, we're going to get banned off of everything, we're going to lose our credit cards, we're going to lose our, everything. So, it's why I've been saying people need to build shit, and it's why it's necessary. It's so that we can speak freely, and we can say whatever we want to, and we can encourage certain things without having to censor ourselves or get creative with language. We can just be upfront and, direct with what we want and what we should, we think should happen. But, I don't think you fundamentally understand the issue here when more like you blank an election, you fortify an election, you get what you deserve. I can't say that without this video getting taken down on YouTube, dude. I don't know what you want me to say. I don't know what you expect of me. I can't even say what you've said here without getting this video taken down. So the situation is bad as it is, but, what you're advocating for isn't really helpful at the moment. But thanks for the super chat and I guess the clarification anyways. Thanks anyways. But, anyway, in any case, are we done? Are we done with everything? This has gone way longer than I thought it would be, man. I thought, Sargon departed at like the 2-hour mark, and I figured it'd be an hour of super chats, and here we are. Fucking 2 hours, almost 3 hours fucking later, and we're still going. We're still going here. I'll see really quickly if anybody sent me anything. It seems like David, Reboy, David, my boy, has promoted this. I'll retweet this, even though I'm not even sure of the meme. Here, I'll put this on screen. This is pretty funny. Hold on, I'm trying to get the image itself. Here's the meme. Fucking... of me as a cop telling the libertarian to get the fuck down and being held at gunpoint. It's like, yes, sir. Pretty good meme. Pretty good meme. I agree. It's pretty much my position. And when it comes to libertarians, I'm trying to freaking shake them into fucking political reality here. So yeah, that's a nice meme there. The captain on Twitter. Good meme. Well, I mean, I got Nibber Comics here saying, New York has excelled at protecting the most vulnerable in this time of crisis. 15,000 dead grandmas. Please give us $15 billion in federal aid. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty simple and pretty straightforward, but I'll retweet this to Nibbler Comics because it is true. It pretty much is the state of fucking New York. And he's getting it too. That package they're trying to pass in Congress, it includes $15 billion in federal aid for New York. And as far as I know, it's been specifically earmarked for the state. So Andrew Cuomo just gets it. So he said, here you go, here's $15 billion to bail you out. It's fucking terrible. So that is about it on Twitter. Is there anything else in chat other than people telling me to stream longer for no fucking reason, which I don't really plan on doing? So last call, everybody. Last call. Last call to like this video. Last call to say something in Super Chat. Last call, everybody, because I got to go get something to eat, and I am debating greatly what I should get, because it is 10 o'clock at night, almost 10 o'clock at night, and I'm, like, debating what I can get. I'm debating going to a pizza shop and getting some heavy food, and I don't know what a good idea that is this late at night. Yeah, I saw Geth. I saw that. The Geth says, I know I spurg out with Boog fantasies, but my point is, it should be known that anti-government violence should be a possibility. It is why they're scared of the Boog. It lets them know that they can't dominate us completely, and we reserve the right to spurg out. Yeah, I guess I get what you're saying with that. I would say that we can basically... The problem is, one of the things I don't like about Boog is the word itself. Like, the Boogaloo Boys, as far as I can tell, are leftists. They're either leftists or, like, accelerationists or something. It seems like I've seen way too many videos and photos of Boogaloo Boys and Black Lives Matter together. And I gotta tell you, like, I regard Black Lives Matter as a terrorist group. I would not be, like, flirting with them and fucking around with Black Lives Matter. They're a fucking terror group. So, I don't know what the Boogaloo Boys are exactly, but as far as I can tell, they're, like, some kind of, like, front group for the left, or I'm not really sure what their deal is. But I don't trust the Boogaloo Boys, and I don't want to be associated with them. They seem like some sort of, like, left-wing or CIA op shit. But they pal around with they pal around with Black Lives Matter. I've seen it over and over and over and over and over again. The Boogaloo Boys pal around with Black Lives Matter. So, but sorry, that's not your point there, Geth. In terms of, like, bluffing the Boog, I guess you could call it, I think is what you're talking about, which is basically the threat that, you know, the right wing, if they push us too far, are going to Boog out. I would say that it's a bluff I would be careful of, because I understand your reasoning behind it. There is a moral argument behind what you're saying, and there is a practical argument behind what you're saying, and I think you are, in fact, arguing both. I would say that I would agree with the Boog bluff, because that is effectively what it is. It is you bluffing, like playing chicken. I think you understand what I'm saying there, Geth. That, you know, we're ready to meet you on, are you ready to meet us on? And it's like, oh, no, what do we do? You know, they have to question whether they're willing to do it or not. That is what you're saying. The thing I would caution you is they got the FBI in their back pocket, bro. They got the intelligence agencies. They got the media calling us terrorists and shit. They got the DOD, and they got the FBI classifying all of us as terrorists. I would be really, really, really careful about bluffing in that way. I'd be really careful about bluffing like that, because I understand that that's the practical side, and there is the moral side about tyranny in that, and I will concede that, but for the sake of tactics and for the sake of pragmatism, I'm saying that you are right in some sense morally, but the problem is that we need to be very careful, because that is a bluff that they might take us up on, and we will get fucking murdered, like legitimately. Because they got the intelligence agencies, they got the FBI, they got the state, they got the media. Like, let's say that happens. Let's say we all get fucking murdered. Okay, the FBI is going to call us terrorists. The fucking media is going to call us terrorists. The Department of Justice, who does an investigation, they're going to call us terrorists. Everyone's going to regard us as terrorists. And then we're all going to be dead. So what do we win? So, I would tell you there, Geth, that we need to be very, very careful about violent actions. We need to be very careful. In terms of if you're getting guys running up to you, like I already talked about ad nauseum earlier, then yeah, go ahead and throw down or defend yourself, whatever. But in terms of like for politics' sake or for activism's sake, we should be very careful with it because we have enemies who have already set up a process by which that we will be labeled terrorists and we will be killed. I mean, forget about jail. Maybe jail, like the people brought up earlier, the Proud Boys in New York City. Maybe that was a few years ago or whatever. That was a year ago or whatever it was. I mean, we're at the point now where you're gonna have FBI agents like shooting us to death. That's where we are now. They've classified domestic extremism vague enough where it probably includes all of us. That we're all domestic extremists because, I don't know, we supported Trump. I voted for Trump. Therefore, according to the FBI, I'm a domestic extremist, which gives them all the license in the world to kill me, the DOJ to find it justified, and for the media to cover me and say that I was some white supremacist terrorist or something. So we need to be very fucking careful. So it seems like there's a bunch of people in the chat that agree with what I'm saying here, that they understand what I'm saying as well. So, yeah, I would say that the right thing that we should do in this situation is to basically take control of Congress, try to see what we can do in terms of state houses to win in 2024. I know that it requires a lot of work in that, but take over the party, take over the House, take over Congress, take over the White House, and then slowly but surely take over the state. And use the state to smash all the institutions that benefit our opposition. And that may include the FBI. The FBI looks like it's just fully on board with the left. So it's like, all right, we're going to, form something else. Or pass along the responsibilities to some other entity that's just less crazy, less partisan. I would just be pretty matter of fact about it. If I were in Congress and we had the majority in the House by a good margin, or even just to Congress in general, I'd just be like, all right, listen, whether the media reports it or not, or whether the FBI wants to accept it or not, the FBI has a year to become a neutral organization. It has a year to show us, to demonstrate to us that it is a neutral organization, or over the next year, we're going to change the processes by which that the cases are going to other agencies or other police groups or other investigative bodies. We're going to privatize the labs and blah, blah, blah. We're going to do whatever else over the next year. Like, it's going to be a transition where we basically get rid of the FBI. That's pretty much what you're going to have to do in that case of the FBI or any other agencies, is you got a year to prove to us that you're no longer corrupt and partisan. Go for it. And if they fail to do so, all the responsibilities go elsewhere. And because that's what I would have done that in a pen stroke with the Department of Homeland Security. The minute the Department of Homeland Security got in the way of getting rid of DACA, and it did. It got in the way itself, and so did the courts, because Trump was an overly litigious idiot. I would have just said, okay, well, DACA or DHS, you got two choices. You can do what I say, or you cannot exist. So that's the auspices of my office. I determine whether you exist or don't. So I'll leave it to you. You can get rid of DACA, or you can, go away. And that way DACA goes away. And I'll form some other group. I'll form some other agency. Or I'll get rid of it, I'll destroy it, and I'll kick the ball to Congress and say, there you go, take care of it. But anything you create, they draft up some kind of legislation to create some agency that's under the executive, just like the DHS was. Fine. Bring it to committee or whatever, figure it out. If they're not willing to do it and not make it, if they want it under their own power, then it'll have to be something that the executive office does itself. But as far as I know, the DHS was created under a bill that was passed by Congress. So I would kick it back to them and say, come up with something new. Because it's just engaging in, it's engaging in a sense, it's offering that it has authority that it doesn't. It's under the purview of my office. I'm telling it through an executive order to get rid of something that was in a previous executive order, and it's failing to do it. So the agency's gone because it's not listening to me, and I'm the person in charge. I oversee this agency. That's all there is to it. So yeah. Let's see here. Morphbox says, clarification, I agree getting them out of power is necessary and effective. However, even if the trial and punishment is a formality, it still induces fear in the population and future politicians to not try this in the future. The DP is an option. Well, the issue is with trials is that trials can go either way. Trials can be show trials, but it creates... I disagree with the idea that it creates fear. I think that it creates a mechanism by which for them to protest. I think that trials give them the means by which to say, this is a kangaroo court, I'm innocent, blah, blah, blah. What you want to do is basically kick them out of power and then basically make them politically toxic to where they can never come back. That's what you want to do. That's more effective because the less that people think about you, the less power you actually have. That's important. So I see your point there, Morphbox, in terms of inducing fear, but I think you are a bit erroneous. I think that it will be used as a mechanism for people to campaign on, to declare their innocence, even when they are really guilty, when what we could just do is basically kick them out of power. It's just taking seats in Congress. Like, if we are going to have trials for people, it would be for congressmen that we want to get rid of. If we find a congressman is guilty of engaging in some kind of illegal activity, they're who we go after. Hire private eyes to look into all the different congressmen, find out if they're doing anything on the side, expose them, go after them. Whatever it is, they're an adulterer, they're a pedophile, they're engaging in insider trading, they're stealing money, whatever they're doing. Investigate them, find something, expose it, go after them through Congress. The people I'm talking about are the apparatchiks, okay? That's who I'm talking about, is the apparatchiks. The apparatchiks you can just fucking fire, all right? And you blackball. You blackball them. You say, let's say John Smith. You fire John Smith from the CIA, from the FBI. He can no longer be hired by... you remove his clearance, you give him some kind of label, some kind of taint that you create, which is effectively a blacklist. So now, John Smith, now that we've identified him as a partisan who's an enemy of ours, he can't be hired by any fucking... he can't be brought back into the apparatus. He's done, he's gone. He's now a private sector employee. That's what I'm talking about. Giving that guy a trial or anything like that is totally immaterial. I'm not even saying the guy's guilty of anything, other than being on, the opposition. But if you mean people like in Congress and shit, then I agree. Then trials can matter, but it's only when we got them dead to rights. Because the trial isn't even the point. The trial is trying to, you could argue, is the fear of getting people to not do bad shit, but it's trying to basically just get them out, force them out, like they did the Katie Hill. Katie Hill, they didn't even bring charges against her when, as far as I can tell, she was doing illegal shit. As far as I can tell, Katie Hill was doing illegal shit. And they didn't do anything with her. They just basically said, okay, you're a weirdo fucking degenerate, get out of here, and she did. That's the normal thing that they do. They don't chase anybody for criminal stuff because it's difficult. And, they don't want to open up that Pandora's box. They'd rather let people who are guilty of shit just go away. That's what they did with my Congressman Chris Collins. They didn't force him out. He just gave up. He won his re-election, and then he gave up. He resigned. And now he's uncertain whether he's going to face jail time or not. That's the standard operating procedure for politicians. But if you want to do that kind of thing, like show trials, whatever, fine. But my position is just dispossess people of power and then blacklist people. Let that be the fear. Blacklist people and let them fear the blacklist. But the only people who are going to be on the blacklist are going to be people who we know are our enemies. You know, anybody who's out there like, you know, I'm Steve so-and-so of Project Lincoln, or I'm John Weaver, and I'm your enemy, they go on the blacklist. And they can't be hired by any federal agency. They can't be hired by anybody, you know. That way we don't bring them back in. They're dispossessed. They're toxic. They're radioactive, you know. Because depending on who they associate with, maybe those people go on the list too. The Get says, maybe more moderately normalize secessionist rhetoric in red state houses, as in we reserve the right to walk out of this abusive relationship. Yeah, I would say so long as you keep your language fairly moderate and you keep it closer to states' right and tyrannical government and, yeah, I mean, secessionist, or I would say secessionistic rhetoric would be more in line, the Geth, with what I'm talking about here. Secessionistic, not necessarily secessionist. I think that rhetoric can be useful underneath Biden, especially when he's like, I'm going to build a border around Florida and that kind of fucking bullshit. That is just total arbitrary crap. And, you know, that's where I think it could come in handy. So, I don't necessarily disagree, but rather than secessionist, secessionistic. I think that would be more palatable to what we want. So, are we done now, people? Are we done? Have we liked this video? Have we gotten in the super chats that we want to get in? Are we good to go? Are we good to end it? We've been going for 5 hours, and Sargon's been gone for the majority of it. Are we done here, people? Because I'm hungry, and I still don't know what I want to go get. I'm probably going to wind up... I really don't want to get McDonald's, because I don't really want... If I'm going to get a fatty meal, I might as well get it from a pizzeria. I'd rather not eat McDonald's, but I don't know really what else is open here at 10 o'clock at night. And I'm going to have to call soon. Freaking waddle my ass down there like Curly or somebody from the Three Stooges and get that food. Because they're closing at midnight. Are we done then? Are we done? It looks like we're done, people. So I'm going to ask you once again to like this video. Like the video so we can get it over 1,000 or as close as we can. I appreciate, once again, Sargon stopping by. It's too bad we couldn't go for a little bit longer, but I'm glad that we had the conversation. I thought it was a good conversation, pretty much like always, and we covered a good amount of things. So thanks to Sargon, to Carl Benjamin, I should say, for stopping by. And thanks for everybody who turned out tonight to watch. MB just said really quick in the super chats, Biden flip on guns was fast as fuck. Yeah, I was expecting that, bro. The only thing he flipped on faster was banning fracking. That's the environmental shit was the only thing that he flipped on faster than guns. But yeah, you better believe I was expecting him to flip. But thank you, MB, for the last minute super chat. But thank you guys for stopping by. Be sure to like before you go. And be sure to follow me on Twitter. Follow me on Facebook. Follow me on Gab. And Facebook, if I didn't already say that, I think I might have forgot that. I didn't already. And if you haven't already, subscribe to me if you got the cash on Subscribe Star and support my channel. But otherwise, thank you to those of you who have donated tonight. Got a lot of good super chats again tonight. A lot of good smart ones as well, which I appreciate. And some where I disagree and went on at length about. So that's always good. I'm fine with super chats I disagree with because it creates conversation. So, until then, be sure to follow me, and I will be back in the near future with hopefully some new content. All right? Thank you, everybody. Good night. And I'm going to go get some food.